T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good. Copy, negative return.
Special people change. How many lives are living strange? Where were you while we were getting high? Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide, in a champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide, in a champagne supernova, a champagne supernova in the sky. Wake up the dawn and ask her why. The dream, she never dies. Wipe that tear away now from your eye. Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova, a champagne supernova. 'Cause people believe that they're gonna get away from the sun. But you and I live and die, the world still spinning around, we don't know why. How many special people change? How many lives are living strange? Where were you while we were getting high? Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Let me see what you're writing here, guys. Good morning, JP. Good morning, Bondaro. Bondaro says he's got a prediction today. He's got his morning prediction, and he says Casey 2.1 million shares are ready for borrow. Maximum pain is 39.05 to 39.31 target price. Fibonacci correction, and we expect a rebound. I don't know who we is. Good morning, Sandy. A deeper variant of correction to 37.49, 37.83. Probably the worst of the probabilities is 36.04. Thus, three scenarios: one optimistic 39 to 41, realistic 37.5 to 39.5, and pessimistic is 36 to 38. We hit the upper boundary of the wedge with our head, and we rejected at 44.5 at the point. Probably a good correction will be to the area of 39. I hope not lower. So yesterday, and I don't remember the exact words that we had yesterday, you had asked me if we would test the bottom of the wedge, I think is what it was. I think it might have been you. I'm not sure if it was you or if it was somebody else. I need to go back out to the 1 hour, and I need to draw out that wedge again because I need to see if we did test that. I really don't. I didn't think that it would be possible that we would test it. I think it did on the day. But I want to see. We'll take a look at this real quick, and then I'll kind of do kind of a recap of what's happened. See, I don't think that this is the way this should be drawn, but if I can get this thing to attach, it wants to go. See, so that if that's the case, then yes, the answer would be yes that we did. Yeah. I think, quite personally, that should be drawn more like this. Well, it has to be drawn like that. Yeah, we tested the bottom side of that wedge for sure. That was several days ago, though. Well, irregardless, this I don't know. I don't know how to feel about yesterday. After kind of going back over some of the stuff, I don't know if you guys saw the Good morning, Fishkiller. I don't know if you guys happen to see some of the more coverage of the whole cryptocurrency interview, and I saw an extended version of it, and he goes on to say that these are possibilities and not necessarily committing to it. We just know that there's a different line of business that AMC is looking to move into besides movie theaters that they'll be announcing in 2 weeks. So it's kind of speculation right as of right now. So whether or not cryptocurrency is a possibility to being that news that they'll be releasing. But it was really odd to me, though, like as we were coming down here, like it just seemed like there's so much market manipulation to push this down, like right after that announcement. And I'll kind of show you guys what I'm seeing as far as this tracking goes with this blueprint of last May. So we were tracking dead on with this thing, and then yesterday, about I think this is on a 15-minute interval, so about 30 minutes into the trading day, we started to deviate 30 minutes to hour. And so I drug this down a little bit, and I said, okay, well, it looks like they've kind of pushed us down to like a new path here, and we were following along the path. They pushed down the price by about $2, and then the overall price for the future by $2, and so we were trading at a much lower pace, but still, or a much lower value, but on the same kind of trend until we hit right about here. And then again, the market manipulation appeared to occur at least in this area right here. But you can see an obvious trend change. So if I drag it down, if I drag it down just a little bit more, still following it, and then like it really just kind of falls off. So I have to really keep dragging this thing down until we kind of have something that looks like this. Like it just keeps going down and down and down. So, if this is indeed where we're at right here in this portion of the trend, then they were able to basically wipe out, in yesterday's movement, they were able to wipe out the entire upwards movement that we should have had yesterday. So, because, it just, you can, if I line everything back up again, you can see how far off we should have been closing in that $47 range, but instead we closed at about 40. So they knocked down the price pretty well. But there is still kind of some hints that there's this trend path is still the trend path that we're on. It's just at a much lower rate. So we'll have to continue to watch this and see if that's the case. I don't know. If they're knocking down the price to decrease the total amount that this can move up when it does start moving up, then they're doing a great job at it. That's for sure. So we'll just keep an eye on this. I'll keep this up here, and I'm not going to get rid of it. Let me go back to see what you guys are saying there. Earnings call, and NJfishkiller saying 11.2. Well, I'd have to look that up. I'll have to look it up to see for sure on the earnings call. Taking a look at Suck Squeeze Bang Blow, I'm going to blind you guys in 3, 2, 1. Let's go ahead and update this chart real quick here. 40.80 was our closing price. Let me adjust the volume. That sounds weird. Adjust the volume. Let's see, we got an increase in volume. So this data actually changed here to 50,096,300, and yesterday's value is currently showing at 453,000. So let's take a look at how this turned out. So they basically wiped out our earnings from the previous day. So it's like a wash. We'll see what's coming up. Let's see, today's 20th, so this would be the end of the week here. And we'll just see. Volume is not really increasing. It hasn't gone over the amount that we had on the first day that I considered it being moving into the bang phase. So no change there. We're still there. Volume's kind of looking very similar to what we saw yesterday, so I wouldn't assume much of a difference in volume today. So let's take a look at the rest of the stuff. I'll take a look at what you guys are writing one more time here. Okay. Let me go ahead and take you guys over to the other page. and I'll kind of run through everything. So I'm not going to see what you guys are writing here for a few minutes. So let's see what we got. Who got points yesterday? Who got points? Not me. I didn't get a point for price prediction. Eric didn't get a point. Adam didn't get a point. Nobody got a point yesterday. Missed column gets a point. Let's take a look at True Demons data. Short exempt volume currently is at 287.6. So it did go up. Dark pools were heavily utilized yesterday. Heavily utilized. Stonko tracker is reporting NA. I just saw it just out of the corner of my eye. Price, let's see. I guess I can update price here. Price was down 5.18, which deletes this. And utilization. Let me update that and see where we're at. Dropped just ever so slightly. $84.36. Oops. Look at that. Look at that short dark pool data. I'm gonna refresh it, but 61.42 was the ending value. That's really high. That's really high. If DRSing is supposed to be decreasing dark pools, it's not working, or either that, they're absolutely through the roof now. One of the two, don't know which. I need to log into Fidelity real quick here, guys. Give me a second. I've not updated all the pages yet. I guess I should start updating those so you guys can see the new values. Max pain was 40 yesterday, and today is 40 again, as Bondaro said. Looking at institutional ownership over there, 138.93 in the top right-hand corner, so like the fourth item down. 138.193. 138.207, so it's up. I want to keep seeing that rise. And let's see what else is there to modify. I guess just this. I hear a car alarm outside. That's never a good thing. I'm gonna sneeze. Ooh, mighty sneezes. Okay, almost done. Options updating. Our estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 16.67%. And let's see, our highest level of volume for the options. Open interest currently at $43. That's down from 45. It's probably more realistic too. It was 16.4 at 45, and it's no longer that high. So that means some of the long positions sold off. It's now 15.7 at 43. $34 strike price was the highest level of open interest volume yesterday. It is now $40. That's jumped up quite a bit. 30. A close runner-up is 33 though. Yesterday was 34 with 8.6 thousand contracts, and it's now 8.9 at 40. So the spread between open interest on calls and puts is a $3 spread between 40 and 43. A little less than a 2-to-1 ratio in volume. So the market's kind of signaling towards a $41.50 closing price by the end of the week. Max pain is 40, so we're above max pain at this, well, at this juncture we are. Ever so slightly. Taking you guys over to the other page. I forgot to throw this one up over here. Let's take a look at what's going on here. So our utilization, sorry, not our utilization. I should put up utilization though. Day over day, our utilization went from 84.74 to 84.36, so just a very small drop. Our estimated current short share interest from day to day went from 16.95 to 16.67. Our on loan average age per day went from 75.06 to 74.06, so it dropped a full point. And our on loan amount went from 109 million, almost 100,000, to 107 300,000. So almost a 2 million drop. I showed 2.2 million was the last data I'm showing, but I forgot to again take a picture last night before I went to bed. I'm trying to remember, but sometimes I get so doggone tired. I'm gonna try to get better about that. That was my bad. This is a lot of messiness here. Let's get rid of some of this. So I really don't like seeing that the on loan amount is dropping. I do like seeing that the on loan average age per day is dropping. What I'd like to see is the on loan amount start increasing. But I do think that we're still melting off some of our paper hands here, because we were at a peak of 114 before it started dropping, and it's down to 107. So we've lost about what appears to be maybe about 7 million shares. Now, I've always, I think I maintained an average. Like if you look at how much time it took to get from the last time that we squoze to now, it's about 5 months. The share dilution during this period of time was 51.5 million shares, so it's roughly 10 million shares equals a month worth of time that we have to get back to where we were at previously. So if we wanted to get back to where we were at here just previously, the closer we get to 10 million shares on loan, less than where we were at, that's a month's worth of work. So that's just something to consider. I really do want to see this start turning around before we get to that point. But taking a look to see why our utilization dropped ever so slightly, we'll take a look here. Because if they did return 2 million in shares, then what we should be seeing is that the amount of total shares available to lend should be going down. So 107 divided by 0.8436, 127.2. So it did go down. 128.7 to 127.2. That is going to give them the amount of shares available to loan a little bit higher. It went from 19.6 million shares available shares to borrow yesterday to 19.8. Yesterday I saw him borrow about 4.75 million in shares. It was a decrease from Monday, which was 5.9. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 5th with a 42 to 58%. 42% buy to 58% sells. Still paper handing, it looks like. GME is in 25th position with 66% buys to 34% sales. Yeah, we're still bleeding off paper hands. There's still doubt in some of the weaker positions. So we're gonna have to find some strength in ownership. At some point, we'll have to find that level of strength. Looks like they went ahead and borrowed that 2.1 million shares that were available this morning. Here's another 100,000 here. Yeah, that's actually 50,000. $500,000 there. $1.45. 1.45 plus 2.1. Let me verify my math, but the way I see it right now, as of like 1 o'clock this morning, they've borrowed 3.55 million shares. But I'm gonna actually go through and add some of this up without trying to do it in my head, just in case I'm too tired to be doing. So 0.05, and then that's 0.1 plus 0.5 plus 0.7 plus, okay, so I was just a little off. Okay, 3.45. I'm getting 3.45. I probably should go through and remath it one more time just in case I'm tired enough to where I can't add up correctly. But it looks like 3.45 million shares borrowed for the morning so far. I forgot to show you guys. 18,000 contracts in the money on the calls, 83,000 contracts out of the money in the puts. A lot of out of the money calls right now. A lot. Short exempt volume 287.6. The short percentage was 50.6. And again, dark pools. The one thing that I noticed about this was they never report the dark on Stonko Tracker. They never report anything less than 60 million. So if it's less than 60 million, it shows up as an NA. But chartexchange.com shows dark pools easily over that number. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on with how they're tracking, or why they're getting different data, because normally they're like 4 to 5% higher than whatever chartexchange.com reports. So not sure what's going on there, but yeah, not quite tracking perfectly. Looks like Let's refresh this. They did, JP. They hit us really, really super hard after the announcement of the crypto. Super hard. I mean, I really feel like they were just, yeah, I'm with you on that. I feel like they really pooped their pants and got real scared. I think they're attacking with everything that they have. 0.11. China was down just 0.11 last night. Shenzhen was down 0.33. Not like nothing drastically terrible happening. However, Evergrande is starting to blow up again. It's starting to pop up on the news. In the pre-market, Robinhood is up 0.34. Amazon is down 0.07. Cinemark is up 0.4. Doge is up 0.39. GameStop is up 0.19, and we are down almost a full percentage point. But this is what JP's talking about here. I mean, if I could go back and look at the time exactly, which I should probably do, and draw like a line somewhere, but if I had to guess, that announcement was probably right around this time right here, somewhere right around this time, and you can just see like they just pushed super hard. We didn't even get our last 45 minutes, or last 15 minutes, I'm sorry, rather, of the day that we normally push up. We didn't even get that. Like there was just this is a very hard attack to push a lot of pressure, push the price down here, a lot of pressure. And they finally got the price down, and they didn't settle for that. They actually took another stab at it, like a little bit. I thought they did. I guess not. I felt like, I mean, they kept attacking it down, but it wasn't, you know what, 80 cents maybe in the aftermarket hours. Then we had a nice run. We had a nice run up to 40.50 by Europe coming in here, and you know, I think I've heard you guys say that that's not what really causes the price to go up. But you know, hats off to Europe for trading. not hitting, taking away your buy orders. So that's good. So we recovered some of that. We got down. It looks like 39.65 was the low here. I wanted to come in, and I need to kind of update my charts a little bit because we hit some new highs. So I got to kind of come in here. I guess I'll look at it here in just a second. So I haven't really finished all the technical analysis yet, but I do need to update some of my charting. Our total inflow versus outflow. Bill, I'll answer that question in just a second. That's actually a great question. I love that. That's an awesome question. Inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had. Well, I can't math that in my head. Not right now. I can't. 32-point spread between outflow and inflow. So yeah, $32 more million leaving the stock. In contrast to the buy orders. So volume this morning is looking, I think we're doing pretty well. We haven't had our pokey stick of volume yet. I think we're doing a little bit better than we were yesterday at this point in time. I'd have to go back and look at video footage of yesterday to see for sure, but I feel like this is a little bit higher. I think by the time we hit 7 a.m. yesterday, we might have been at about 80,000, or a little more than 80,000. Good morning, Jaimeeshealinghand. Good morning. On a 1 hour interval, we have way more selling pressure than buying pressure right now, but we have a really low RSI at 38.64. So, you know, it's not selling off. This green line right here on the Vortex Index, this green line right here is not showing like, you know, it's saying we have like neutral buying pressure. However, the red line right here is, you know, saying in the last hour there's been some heavy pressure in sales. So I would expect to see these maybe start turning back towards each other coming in the next couple hours, just based on the lower, the RSI being at 38.64. But we'll have to take a look at the other intervals and see. On a 30-minute interval, equal buying and selling pressure. RSI at 38.72 as well, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, we crossed over about 10 minutes ago into more buying pressure than selling pressure, with the RSI at 56.97, which is just above average. And now I will get to that question, Bill. That is a great question. He says, thanks for your channel. Do you think that the paper hands are larger institutions trying to get more liquidity for the upcoming debt crisis? And so one of the things is kind of a little bit of a problem. One of the things that's a little bit of a problem is that we can't really see the institutional ownership data until it's kind of like into the next quarter. So unfortunately, the Fintel only reports like last quarter's information. So it's like it's old data, and so we don't really know who it is. I think that it what you're saying is a possibility. I do think I have a suspicion that institutions are leaving because of DRS. But I also believe that there's also maybe some paper hands going on with some retail investors as well. So I think it's a little bit of a mixture. As the shares are being DRS'd, brokers don't have to hold the collateral any longer, and we're looking great on price, right? We're moving up into the $40 range here, and they can sell. A lot of our brokers bought in for lower prices originally when they had to start holding collateral. And so they have shares right now that are in the money. They have a situation where they've been making like tons of money on loans, and you can see that the hedge funds are returning loans. So there's a good possibility that our brokers are closing out their loan positions, and then selling off their shares, because our brokers don't hold because they're holding for a long squeeze play. They're holding shares because we own ownership through them. They're required to. They have to hold collateral shares as we buy. When we buy into our brokers, we're buying a service, and part of that service requires them to hold collateral shares. So as we DRS shares, they no longer have that responsibility because your shares aren't held through them, and so they now can sell off some of their position. And so I do think that part of what we may be seeing is institutional ownership selling off. We're certainly not seeing a massive sell-off, right? We've only seen them cover about 7 million in loans and in shares, and that's actually really not that much. It's really not that much. It's a tiny drop in the bucket, if that. Let me put the data back up for you guys. Sorry, I always forget to do that. So yeah, I think there's a very good argument to be made, Bill, that there is more selling pressure coming from institutions than it may necessarily be apes. But that's just because of the DRSing of shares. They don't have to hold those collateral positions. Speaking of Fibonacci, I don't appear to have anything set up for this price range that we're in right here. So give me a second here while I go ahead and pull that up. We've got about 15 more minutes before our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. And let's see, I guess I should probably be looking for something between the range of like maybe like 38 to 41. Let's see if I can find that. $37 to, this might work. Let's see how that looks. I'm going to go ahead and lock it in place, but let's see how it looks here. A little bit of weird overlapping going on here, but it's not. Let's see. That looks good. I'm going to go ahead and leave it. It's pretty close. Like some of these double lines here, we're going to have to ignore a little bit. But yeah, this will work. So Bondaro says 39 to 39.3. Yeah, I see that. I'm getting 3903, 3907 to 3940-ish. Yeah, I'm getting similar numbers. Close enough. So how does this look? I'm curious how this looks on a 30-minute interval. It's definitely putting a weird well, you know, I actually stumbled across something, Bill, when, you know, so I've been in the process for about a week and 2 days now of buying a single share and selling a single share through ComputerShare. If you haven't seen it, I'm going to compile everything, all my data into a single presentation once I've got all the paperwork and completed. But yeah, I have information. One of the things that I found was that when I bought a single share, they're supposed to be put in your name when you put it into ComputerShare. You're supposed to have it's supposed to be on book entry form, but in your name. And the thing is that when they settled my share purchase, it showed up as less than a single share. And it's not my understanding, and I have a limited knowledge on this, but my understanding is that when you own something in your name, it should be in whole. Like you shouldn't be able to own a partial share when it's in your name. So how they were able to this means that that ComputerShare is acting as brokerage and divvying out portions of shares to people. So how you could share a share with somebody else, the only way that could happen is if the book name is in ComputerShare's name, and they're divvying out the partial shares to people just like a regular brokerage, which is completely contrary to what everybody wants to have happening in DRS. So I found that to be extremely interesting, and I'll be asking questions to ComputerShare. I'll let them defend themselves before I post anything. But yeah, it was definitely some interesting information. Bondaro says Casey build a Fibonacci retracements from the beginning of the first Elliott wave, October 13th to yesterday's high. Do I have to go back that far? October 13th. October 13th. Why October 13th? Oh, here we go. I got you. October 13th to current. Kind of curious why you picked that one. I mean, I guess it's the last low point from the run up. I mean, I guess I see why you did that. I don't know. 30, that gives you 36 to 44. Yeah, it works the way I did it too. It's close enough. It'll work. It's good enough for government work. That's funny to me, not to you guys. It's an inside joke. My mom will get it. I think so. Here's the deal with Bondaro. I really don't think that we will see too much more than like a $3 change in either direction of $40 and what was it, $40.07 when we got into the bang phase. So if that's the case, we did only close at 43.03, which was less than $3 on not yesterday but the day before, from that $40.07. So we're still trading inside of the suck squeeze bang blow theory. We're still trading well within, plus or minus $3 of that. I kind of thought $2 would be more realistic, but $3 is probably acceptable because that's pretty relative to where we're at in price. It's less than 10%. So yeah, I really feel like we're trading well within anywhere between $37 and $43, and we should see an explosion at some point in that range. So we'll probably be trading like this for a little bit. I'm not sure exactly how long. I don't really have like an answer for that in case people are wondering in their heads. But yeah, I think we're just going to continuously see like maybe lower volume or and price kind of fluctuating plus or minus $3 off of $40.07. I agree with that. What you just said right there, I totally agree with it because, I mean, first off, like if we can get outside of that $40 to $45 range and have that consolidation outside of there, that's ideal. I've said this over and over and over. I want to see us consolidate just underneath $40 and have us rip through that $40 to $45 gray area. If we can rip through that area, then investors will come running back to the table because between 45 and $49, this thing starts looking sweet again to a lot of people. They go like, oh crap, I don't want to miss out. And so you get that big push, and that big push could launch you through the next gray area, which is 49 to 54. So the best ideal thing to have happen is us consolidating just underneath $40. Breaking through that gray zone at 45, having like a period of consolidation between 45 and 49, and then having a massive push through there into the new highs. ATH, new all-time high. That's probably, that is the most ideal thing that we could possibly have happen. Whether or not that's how it plays out, I have no idea. But to me, that seems like it would be the best possible case scenario. The silver lining bill, I don't know if you're still watching or not. The silver lining bill to people DRSing their shares, because there is actually a silver lining to it, believe it or not. But and it kind of stems in what it is you just said right there. You said that you're hoping the apes are slowly realizing that it's not a good idea. And I would twist what you just said, and I would say I hope that they find out all at the same time that it's a bad idea. Not slowly, but all at the same time, and massively all at once move out of DRSing their shares all back into brokerages, because then what you would see is you would have institutions going to the market and being forced to buying collateral shares, and it would just be this massive institutional buying run. If we saw like, as this is just like to play out a scenario, if we saw something happen to where like we dropped underneath $40, 39 something dollars, and and then we have that push that gets us through to 45 to 49, and we kind of sit there for a little bit, and then some kind of news comes out, right? Like I'm air quoting here. Some kind of news comes out, and all the apes go like, "Oh crap, DR shares are bad." Imagine what happens if they all run back to their brokers with their shares. Institutional buying, and it pushes us through that next zone, 49 to 54. So I'm kind of hoping that it's some kind of catalyst or some kind of news that forces apes to realize that they need to get out of DRS all at the same time. Because if they slowly realize and they slowly leak back into brokers, then you're just going to have slow institutional buying. And it's the power punch that we really want to hit them with. If we can hit them with a power punch, and when I say them, I'm talking about hedge funds. But if you hit the hedge funds with a power punch, that's the beginning portions of a gamma squeeze, because now they have a bunch of options that are expiring in the money, and they can't. That's the gamma squeeze, right? It's a big movement in buying pressure that they can't control. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. Let's see what we got going on for news here. Nothing worth reading yet. Okay, so from Benzinga, AMC Entertainment is this is a quote, just weeks away from announcing entirely different business lines, CEO says. Let's see, AMC Entertainment Holdings shareholder base, this is from Benzinga, by the way. Shareholder base largely consisting of individual investors is evidence of a democratization of Wall Street. I'm not familiar with that word, so I apologize if I democratization. I gotta look that up. I probably should know what that word means, but I just don't. The introduction of a democratic system or democratic principles. The action of making something accessible to everyone. Okay. Well, let me continue to read the article and see if it makes more sense to me. Shareholder base largely consisting of individual investors is evidence of the democratization of Wall Street, according to CEO Adam Aron. It's the individual investor who now owns AMC. I work for them, Aron said Tuesday on CNBC's Power Lunch. Investors should not be paying attention to what AMC Entertainment was as a business in the past. Rather, they should be looking to the future, he said. You don't drive a car by looking in the rearview mirror. You drive a car by looking through the windshield and looking forward. Aron acknowledged the company isn't back to where it was pre-pandemic, but he said AMC is continually getting stronger for each quarter. Aron announced Monday that the first 2 weeks of October brought in the largest 14-day box office total since February 2020. What's next for AMC? This is a quotation. We have absolutely no intention of just bringing back the company that existed in 2019, Aron said. Following a series of offerings, the passionate AMC apes have provided enough capital for the company to go on offense. AMC Entertainment shareholders armed the company with what was a $2 billion a $2 billion cash war chest at the end of the second quarter, Aron said. He told CNBC he plans to use the money to transform AMC and noted that the company has several big ideas. AMC has started showing live sporting events and concerts, but that's just an expansion of the company's theater business, Aron said, adding that there are a lot more opportunities that are entirely different from what we do. Entirely different from what we do. I think we are just weeks away from announcing a new business line for a company that is not running movie theaters as you traditionally know them. Maybe that's not cryptocurrency. A new business line for a company that is not running movie theaters as you traditionally know them. Maybe it's an announcement with like a joint venture with GameStop to do like maybe some kind of gaming rental of theaters for gaming tournaments or events. Yeah, that's a great question, Bill. I think that's on. You're full of the same wonderful ideas that we all are. We are all seeing that as a possibility for dividend return, and I think, well, Badback, I think that the gaming community wants to have, places that they can do tournaments and stuff like that. So whether or not GameStop wants to have anything to do with AMC may not be the issue. They may be forced into it if they want to be a part of that gaming community, that gaming tournament function. Then they really probably need to get on board with working with AMC, because AMC certainly has the capacity to be able to hold tournaments and stuff like that at their movie theaters. So we got our 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume. It is 67,000, which is wow. Okay, so it puts it at 113,000 shares. It didn't quite. It more than doubled. It more than doubled it, but we're not over 120. But man, that's actually decent. That's not bad. By 7 a.m., I like to see 1 million shares in volume, because that typically will mean that we're going to hit around 200 million or less. So I think that's going to come out to. That's okay. Okay, Badback. We can disagree. It's all right. That's not a problem. 113,000 in volume. Let me see. Let me think about this for a second. I really think that's a little bit higher than what we were at yesterday, or right about thereabouts. How did I do in my prediction? I was almost right down the middle. I kind of almost want to do the same volume prediction for today, 40 to 60 million. I'm gonna go 45 to 65. I think there's room to believe that there's a chance that we could see volume a little bit higher. I'm willing to risk my volume prediction being on the high side by just giving myself a little bit of breathing room to possibly capture the high end, a day ending with just slightly a higher end of volume. Yeah, so that's going to be my volume prediction for the day today, between 45 and 65 million shares traded. As far as price goes, man, I'll tell you what, I really don't know what to expect. This is a tough one. Let me kind of look over some things here real quick and see if I can't figure it out, though. I'm going to go with 41. I'm going to hedge on 41, because that gets me to 42 and a half. 39 and a half to 42 and a half. I think that I think Thursday is going to be the much hard. I mean, I know I just said that trying to predict today's price is going to be hard, but I really think that today's I don't think today's the day, Bondaro. I mean, I'm just looking at this chart here off to the side, and I'm just really not. I'm not saying that I'm bearish on today. I'm saying that I don't think today is going to be the big spike in volume. I think that might be tomorrow. I was hoping for it to be today, but I'm not seeing it in the numbers. It's not showing. Pre-market can tell you a lot about what's going to happen in volume for the day. Doesn't mean that we can't have spikes. I mean, we've certainly had spikes before in the past, but I'm thinking tomorrow is the big volume day. I would imagine that they're probably going to try and collect try to get some of those puts in the money, close out maybe some of their positions, and then let it rise. Today's title for the show, guys, is Pffft, That's All You Got. I mean, I really felt like that. I was trying to come up with a title today, and when they did this to us right here, when they Adam Aaron announced the whole idea that they might be an issuer of cryptocurrency, and and then they just started attacking this price down towards the end of the day like this. All I could sit there and think was like, this is it. This is all they've got. They only got us down. We were at 43. They took us down $3. It's less than 10%. Interestingly enough, though, what was our SSR? Our SSR for yesterday probably was like $38 or $39. Our SSR trigger. So SSR trigger for today is 36.72. Good morning, Israel. Good morning, sir. But yeah, I mean, this is when I saw this. When I saw this whole section right here of price action yesterday, I was like, I was laughing. You guys saw me. I was enjoying the rest of the day after Adam Aaron announced the idea that AMC could be an issuer of cryptocurrency. I was like, oh man, we're in this. We're in this. It's game over. But it's time. It's kind of turning out that it's not looking like that. So I know I jumped the gun and got excited. It's not turning out like it's looking like it's gonna be cryptocurrency. But boy, man, I'll tell you what. If AMC actually went through with the plans on trying to create their own cryptocurrency, I think it's game over. I just don't think that there's any chance that this thing doesn't just run up in price. Yeah, that looks like I mean, I agree. I agree, Bandara. I totally agree. I just don't know if that's gonna be what happens. It would look good. It looks good on paper, right? You look at the trends and everything, you go like, okay, well, where would be good technical places to kind of stop and consolidate and push through and everything that you just said. There's, it works out. It works out really good. It's like the perfect game plan, right? As to whether it happens or not, I guess we'll see. I got to remember, I need to go back to my I have settled cash just sitting in my account waiting to make a trade. And I completely had forgotten that I had that money in there. And it's only enough for like one share. But I mean, a share is a share. I mean, especially if you get up to like, pretty large amounts of money. So, but it's unfortunately, well, I'll just go ahead and say how much it is. It's $38.95. So we would have to see us retract down to $38.95 before I could buy a share, or I'm gonna have to add in like $2. So, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do because at this point, like I think it takes a different mindset right now. A lot of people are in the mindset of like we need to be buying in chunks of 20, 30, 40, 100 shares at a time. And it's like, you don't have to buy like that. That's not how you have to buy. There's no reason why you can't go buy 2 shares this week, 2 shares next week, 2 shares the week after, because every single share that you own is big dollar signs. So think of it differently. Think about AMC as like being like the best savings account you could ever have. But don't use it as your savings account. Think of it as like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you normally treat yourself to something like, a coffee a day at Starbucks, what does that equate to after five days in a row of getting coffee at Starbucks? Well, at $5 a drink, 5 times 5, it's every 2 weeks you could buy a share. If you just stop your coffee drinking, think of it more in terms of things like that, right? There's always ways that you can penny pinch and find ways to buy more shares, because what that might be worth to you in the end is a lifetime worth of coffee, every single day. That one share that you buy every single week, that's just the one share. Like if you just did it for 1 week, that one share could buy you a lifetime of coffee. So, and that's the kind of thing that you have to kind of look at things a little bit differently when it comes to this. It's all right, Bondaro. I won't hold it against you, man. I won't hold it against you. It's this whole AMC process is a psychological warfare against us, and for you to not be affected or impacted by it would be subhuman. You know what I'm saying? You're on a different plane if you're not affected by it. I'm affected by it. You're affected by it. Everybody's affected by it at some point. It's hard to not be human. I wouldn't say I always have a bullish outlook, though. I probably have more of a positive outlook than most often, but I don't always. Yeah, I was a little disappointed. Like after yesterday's end of the show, I got you guys all hyped up on the cryptocurrency idea, and then I started looking online and kind of seeing what everybody was saying about it. And there was a bit of talk about it, but then it just kind of fizzled out as the day kind of went on, and especially when people started realizing that it was more of a we're looking into it kind of a thing than it is we're definitely doing it. So it kind of put like a nice little damper to my mood after hours. It's kind of like, oh man, why isn't anybody talking about this? I actually went on to I think they're called space calls on Twitter. I went on to a space call. Sometimes I do that a little. I'll find a space call that pops up in the after hours, and I'll jump on, and they were just randomly joking around and kidding around and stuff like that. And I raised my hand and got in there and I said, hey, how come we aren't talking about cryptocurrency? and everybody was just kind of like, it's because it's not a for sure thing. And I was just like, and they're like, we're just having fun right now. And I was like, oh, okay. And I left. I was like, yeah, I ain't got time for this. I ain't got time for fun. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm all business. You know me, Bondaro. I don't do that. I mean, I'll look at it and show you data for it, but I'm not into calling out what I think about other stocks. I want to make it about AMC. That's kind of my that's my thing. It's AMC and ADD. With ADD, you can only focus on a couple things at a time. So, yeah, you guys can see you can see here on the price predictions. You can see where all of our price predictions were at from yesterday. Wait, where did some of those go? Wait a minute, did I delete some? Oh, I see. No, I was just so high that I was offsetting everybody else. Yeah, so you can see the price predictions for yesterday are on these colored lines here. The purple, light blue, red, and orange. I'm orange. Let's see. I think blue is Adam. Red is Duncan because that's the color he likes to see as enemy. That's what he said. I'm just repeating what he said. And Eric's purple. Eric was the closest to being right, but we all got price prediction wrong for the day yesterday. I think Eric's low was 41.50, so he was off by like what is that? 70 cents. I'm sorry, Bondaro. I just can't do it, man. I can't do it. I have too much loyalty for AMC. Too much. In my mind, everything else is a distraction. But that's how my mind works. My mind works in kind of focused channels. I'm 100% into AMC, and I know that's not how you should run a portfolio. And I've been trading for enough years to realize that diversification is completely one of the smartest things you can do. However, I believe in this. I partially agree with you, Salty Dog, and I mean, I think it would be a mistake. I think it would be a mistake to say that diversification is not an option. I would agree if what you're saying is that if you're trying to chase a bunch of other squeeze plays, or quick cash money plays, that they probably are distractions for the most part. Like cryptocurrency. I think a lot of those are distractions to try and get apes to move their volume to someplace other than AMC. Think about this. Think of it like this. AMC needs volume the most when everything else is trying to get you to go there. That's when AMC needs volume the most. And the only reason that you're seeing some of these other stocks going up in price is to attract your attention someplace other than AMC. And so, when I sit here and I tell you, like, I say, like, just buying one share a week is enough. But you're like, oh well, I'm going to go throw that one share. I'm going to throw that money into a bunch of different other options, or plays or whatever like that. Then you're missing the point. You're missing the point is that we need volume. Volume is the key to everything, and without the volume, we have no play. And so, in a sense, I kind of agree with Salty Dog. Like, I think he's right. There are a lot of distractions out there that are trying to get apes to move their positions to go chase money elsewhere, and people are getting burned. I've seen people get burned already, like several times. They're constantly getting burned. So, the one thing about apes is, or retail in general, is where has hedge funds always collected their money from us? Where have they always collected their money? They've collected it in the entire market. And for once, we finally found something where they have a weakness, and we're capitalizing on that weakness. And so every time we get distracted by something else, and we kind of go, "Oh, look, shiny thing," and we go chase it, that takes away from what it is that we're trying to accomplish, which is to take that money to have that transfer of wealth, and all they're doing is putting you in that position to be that same retail investor that you used to be, where you were always chasing the money, right? And so I think that, in a sense, and the way that Salty Dog is right is this is our opportunity right here. We're staring the opportunity in the face of wealth redistribution. And so when we chase other little shiny things on the side of the road, our focus is moved, right? We're no longer chasing the one and only opportunity that we have that we know works at wealth redistribution, to go chase fast cash. Now, a lot of people's argument to that is, well, I take those returns and I invest them into AMC. Well, that's great, but we need the volume the most on the days where they're giving us options to do other things. That's the problem. You may be putting in your volume on days where we don't need volume, and that's the problem, right? It doesn't. They're giving you these options to chase other shiny things on the side of the road on specific days. It's always the worst time that we lose volume. So, but I'm not trying to tell you that you have to that AMC has to be your only play, right? Like I do believe that there is such a thing as diversification. I mean, it's that's just smart investing. But but at the same time, that should have been the old you, right? Like your old you should have already been diversified. Don't change that. Don't change the old you. Keep that the way that it was. But, you know, remember that volume, consistent volume in AMC is what's going to cause this thing to MOAS. Not cyclical volume or sporadic volume. It's consistent volume. And so that's why when I said yesterday, Adam Aaron getting us into the news, into the media, the more eyes that see this, the more people that come to buy shares, that's volume. Those are the things Adam Aaron is doing a great job now, in my opinion. I'm not trying to say he didn't always do a good job, but there's some things that I've kind of questioned a little bit. But, you know, irregardless, what he did yesterday is perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Put us in the news, get us in the news, get us into the eyes of people, the people who have money to come and buy shares and be a part of this wealth redistribution. I get you. I get what you're saying, Bondar. I'm not saying diversification is not a good idea, but I am saying that well, you heard what I said. I don't have to repeat myself. I'm just beating a dead horse if I keep saying the same thing over and over. And we don't have to agree, Bondar. We don't have to agree. It's okay for you to disagree with me. That's perfectly all right. Disagreements are an opportunity for somebody to learn. It may be me, it may be you. I don't know. But one of us is going to learn. I really do agree, Bondaro, that me moving all my investment over to AMC is extremely dangerous, and I would not recommend that to anybody. But again, I wasn't playing with money that I wasn't afraid to lose, so I didn't have crazy amounts of 401k money. In fact, somebody else in my life has stolen that from me, so I was starting back over again. So the other thing I want to say too is that in my opinion, and I don't know, what did you write, Salty Dog? Diversification is. Oh, you're the one that's saying that they focused on one stock. Yeah, but it's true. It's true, Bill. I mean, we really are easily distracted. It's so super simple to get. All you have to do is go into Bitcoin, raise the price up to some level that's near the most it's ever been, and then watch people just flood it, right? They just flood in because they can't help themselves, and then they dump the price. I haven't even watched cryptocurrency to see what it's at now. Let me look and see. I have to look up. If you guys can help me on Webull on how to look it up, I can't figure it out. Well, actually, I do have it on here. I have to actually look it up physically because on my phone, if I go to, let me just show you guys real quick. If I go to markets on my phone, there's a tab at the top of my phone for cryptocurrency. And on my interface here, I don't see any tabs for cryptocurrency up here anywhere. So if you guys know where to find that on here, I would love if you guys could tell me where that's at, because I have looked for a little while and I could not find it. The only way I could find it on here was just by simply looking it up the hard way, which is just typing it in. But yeah, look at this. What was Oh, that's Dogecoin. I wanted Bitcoin. Sorry. I wouldn't say that this is necessarily a pump and dump here. I mean, it was definitely a pump, but I'm not seeing a dump yet. So, this may have been natural. This may have been very natural here. Pump and dumps are usually pretty obvious. Perhaps like this one here. This looks similar to a pump and dump to me, right? Price driving up really quickly, kind of a little bit of consolidation, then boom, they just dump the crap out of it. They made their money. This is probably hedge funds putting a bunch of money in right here. This is retail adding to it, and then it trades a little bit, and then boof, gone. Hedge funds are out, everybody else comes out, and then it kind of returns to normal. That's those are the shiny things on the side of the road that they put out there to try and draw investors in. Super, super easy to do when you have large amounts of money. Guys, I'm past time to take break. I noticed my wife didn't go home yet, which is kind of concerning to me a little bit. She should have been walking in the door any minute, but I'm going to go ahead and take off. I'm going to leave you guys with some music, and I will be back at my normal time 15 minutes before market open. We'll kind of take a look at everything real quick, and oh, sounds like she's going to be walking in here in just a second. I'll see you guys in a little bit. I'll put on some music for you. I need to change up the music today. I feel like today's like a good day to change it. Let me see what I can find here real quick. I would definitely be all for, and I don't even want to say post MOAS, but I would be for diversification in my portfolio once the stock market returns to normal after AMC does MOAS. But to be honest with you, like having any money in the market when the market decides to tank, you will have lost every single bit of your earnings. Well, what could be a very extended period of time. And if you're not in the right stocks when the crash happens, you're at the mercy of the future, because you lose money unless you hold it, right? And one of the worst mistakes I think I ever made was in 2001 when the market had the crash after 9/11. I lost I want to say it was like a third of my earnings in my 401k, and so I submitted sell orders because I wanted to move something more stable, like something less impacting to my portfolio. and before the orders could actually go through, because of course this was all in a 401k, before the orders could transact, I lost like another third, and so it ended up being a realized loss of 2/3 of my money. And instead of just holding and just staying where I was, which would have been the smarter thing to do, I learned a 2/3 of my total portfolio lesson, which is it's a hard lesson to take. It really is. That's probably that's one of the tough love lessons you will ever have. And it soured me. It soured me a lot, and I kind of avoided the stock market for a few years after that. Man, I'm having a hard time finding some music today. Oh, here we go. I finally found something. I don't know if this is going to be any good, guys, but enjoy. Wife is home, so I'm heading out. See you guys in a bit.
It would never leave all the stuff that we said, all the stuff that we told, all the stuff that we
Dang, I really like this song. I like the fact that the drum beat in the background sounds like a heartbeat. Unfortunately, guys, I'm gonna have to cut this music off. It's like a 5-minute song, so. All right, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Bondaro, as far as concerning what it is that you said, order book looks bearish. Let's wait for the market opening. It's going to, right? Like they have, let's see, 19.8 million shares available to borrow. So long as they have that many shares to borrow, what I guess what I would have to say to that is that whenever you see the order book that looks like this on the side, that's the pressure that we have to deal with. When they have this many shares available to borrow, that's what you have to deal with. And I guess what I also want to say is, I don't think they've borrowed any more shares this morning. Let me just refresh it. Nope, I take that back. Let's see. 4.8. Okay, yeah, the shares is just they borrowed the shares this morning and then they've just been coming back in. So nothing new. Nothing new borrowed so far. So far they've only borrowed 3.45 million shares today. But yeah, so long as there's that many available shares that are out there, and good morning, Active Douglas. I saw your message too. The amount of shares that are available to borrow is going to be it's going to directly reflect how much they can manipulate the price. And speaking of manipulation of price, today's Wednesday. This has nothing to do with manipulation of price, but you know what Wednesday is? Wednesday's the day where I have the morning cap early with the wife. So yeah, starting early this morning for me. Dr. Pepper and rum. You got to do it. You got to do what you got to do. Wife gets off work, it's her last day, and you know you gotta enjoy the time. Let's see. Is the pre-market volume a wee bit higher this morning? It is. It is a wee bit higher. You nailed it. Good job noticing. I'm, you know, that makes me really happy to know that you guys are watching that kind of stuff. That's really good. Sandy, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. You know, nothing like starting off your morning right, I guess. Wednesdays. It's always going to be Wednesdays for me. Let's see. So what you were saying, Active Douglas, as far as that goes, is yesterday I had a prediction of 40 to 60 million shares traded for the day. I did up the volume prediction today to 45 to 65 based on kind of that elevated. It's just ever so slightly elevated from what it was yesterday. So good catch on your part. Good catch. It's definitely. We only have one. You know, it's funny you should say that, Sandy. We used to have, and I noticed I haven't seen him around in a while. Oh, by the way, just an update. I did try to search out Chico. We've been missing Chico. We noticed yesterday that Chico has not been around, and we're missing Chico. And I tried to find a way to contact Chico Hernandez. That's how his name shows up in our chat column. And I've tried to search him out and see if I could find him, and I couldn't definitively come up with anything. So, you know, we lose people, unfortunately. I don't know why. I don't know if he's on vacation. I don't know what the deal is, but you know, shout out to Chico. I hope he's okay. But having said that, we have also lost another person that I noticed it's not on here. It's just because of what Sandy said, what she just said with we only have one day to live. Vivamus. Vivamus used to be a contributor to the channel as well, and I don't know where Vivamus is either, and I'm going to try to reach out to Vivamus as well. Yeah, two people that I kind of enjoyed. I enjoyed what it was that they had to say, and I don't seem to see him around, so it's kind of sad. But it's okay. We'll keep moving on. We'll trudge along. Let's see. What do we got going on here? Pre-market. What do we see going on? We have a nice run up. Almost exactly from market open until now. A nice little run up here. I don't want to give any kind of like signals as to where this is going to be heading, just because I think pre-market data and how the market opens are two different beasts. They're just two totally different beasts. So if I get rid of this extended hour period of stuff here, this is what we get, and it's basically yesterday's closing, which was to me was immensely manipulated. Right after Adam Aaron announced the fact that that they were considering the idea of doing cryptocurrency, and of course he said some other things as well in there. Adam Aaron got on and started talking about just AMC in general on live media, on live news. We just started seeing a massive push in price downwards, and I really think that I don't know. I tend to think that this is desperation right here. I really feel like this is desperation. So, and it led into the aftermarket hours as well. It wasn't just desperate. I mean, normally we trade sideways, right? We might have some up, we might have some down. For the most part, it's usually just kind of sideways. But look at what happened here. I mean, we opened up the market and we're almost back to where it was that we closed at. So I mean, we closed yesterday at 40.80. We're at 40.65. A nice push, and I'm going to credit Europe for that. Europe, everywhere that trades in the off hours when we're not trading. what goes down must come up. Yeah. Cool. We got about 4 minutes here before market open. There was something I wanted to show you guys, and I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. Oh, I do know what it was. I'm not sure who tried to get me in touch with somebody on Twitter, but I want to point out something. And I'm going to try and find it, but it's going to take me a second here. Let me see if I can find this. Give me just a minute. I'm really not familiar with my way around on Twitter here. Profile. How do I find who I'm following? On my phone, it seems to be really easy to find, but for some reason on the computer, I can't seem to find it as easily. Who am I following? It says who to follow. I don't see who I am following. Okay, I'm just going to use my phone. It's so much easier. My price prediction for the day today, guys, kind of looking at like what, where we're heading. I'm coming up with 39.5 to 42.5, volume 45 to 65 million. Those are the predictions that I have for the day. Let me go to Twitter real quick here and see if I can't find. I don't know. It says profile here. It's real easy for me to find followers if I just go to profile and then it shows followers and following. It's real simple. But I do want to, I kind of want to just link something here real quick to you guys. I think it's pretty good, pretty good news. I'm excited about it anyways. Here it is. User of intellect. All right, let me look that up here. User of intellect. There we go. All right, now she posted something. I'm going to go ahead and share it with you guys. Yeah, that's for closing price, Sandy. That is for closing price. So I just linked to what it was that I'm looking at. Take a look at it when you can. I'm really excited about this. I think this is something that we need. This is something that I think all apes are kind of curious about and want to know about. And I think this might be something we might need to get behind. I don't want to say anything too soon. I have something I want to say, but I'm not gonna release any information too soon. So, but that's some really cool stuff, and I think that's something that we should get behind for sure. I think it could help. I think it could help with kind of giving apes some hope. Hopium, a little bit of hopium. So yeah, it's that time. Let's open up this market here, and I'll see you guys on the other side of the market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
How many special people change? How many lives are living strange? Where were you while we were getting high? Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova, a champagne supernova in the sky. Wake up the dawn and ask her why. A dream, she never dies. Wipe that tear away now from your eye. Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you
one thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.
Good morning. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. Yeah. I mean, Gary Gensler, he's got to be on our side. He's got to be on our side. I know it. I feel it. You don't put out papers like that, and it's a white paper. You don't sit there and put that out there like that for everybody to see when you're actively investigating something. I just don't buy it. So yeah, I believe that he's with us, and I know it's probably hard to believe, but I think he is. I really do think he's with us. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Welcome to the show. It's good to see you all back again for another day of trading. What a day yesterday. What a day. A lot of market manipulation right towards the end, all stemming around the idea that Adam would get onto the live news and talk about what he sees for the future of the company. And it scared the hedge funds off something fierce. You know, we take a look at it. We pull back out here and just kind of take a look at it. I want to go back and I want to find out exactly what time he got on to the live news, but I would imagine that it's right around this time frame right here. And they got something scared fierce, because they shorted the crap out of the stock. They do not want people coming in and buying. They wanted to scare everybody away from the stock. They wanted to make it look like acid. They wanted to make it look like acid, like do not touch. Yeah, it was just they really tried to make this thing look like it was just bad news. But we battled back, and we got it back to even in the aftermarket hours where they dropped the price down all the way to 39.65. We battled our way back thanks to Europe, and here we are opening the very usual typical downwards movement. Thanks to the long song today, we were able to see price action moving back up here, and we are positive day over day, and price increased ever so much. It's just slightly. So we're looking good. We're looking good. We'll see what the day has to offer for us. We do still have a little over 15 minutes to before we start doing like the first analysis of the market open for the day. I have a price target for $39.50 to $42.50 for the closing price for today. Eric's coming in. Looks like he just texted me. Let me see what it was. My mom telling me she loves me this morning. 38 to 41. So Eric's coming in a little bit lower than I am. Duncan coming in with 37.8 to 48. So Eric and Duncan are both looking at kind of a bearish day today. Bearish to neutral. I'm coming in with bearish to positive. So I'm like I think I hedged off of 41. Yeah, I did. I hedged off of $41, $1.50 on either side, which was 39.5 to 42.5. That's kind of what I'm thinking is going to happen. We're in the bang phase. We know what's going to happen during this phase. During this phase, it's supposed to have relatively similar price while volume starts to decrease. Now, volume doesn't seem to be decreasing all that much. I mean, we did have a couple days of decreasing volume, but now we're starting to increase in volume. It's not too much. It's day over day. It's really not that much. In fact, if I pull up the chart here and I look at it, We had an 8% increase day over day not yesterday, but the day before yesterday, Monday. Then it was a 5% increase yesterday. I'm expecting maybe around a 5 to somewhere between 5 and 10% increase today, which would put us around, I don't know, 55 million, probably 54, somewhere around there. The way that we're currently trading as far as volume goes, I would say that's probably not a bad estimate. I haven't ran any numbers yet, but I would say that's probably not a bad estimate. So, the bank phase is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. So let me show you the other thing. This is the other thing. I'm gonna pull it over here. I showed it earlier this morning. So this is a carbon copy right here of late May. I think this is like May 24th right here, 27th, something like that. I think this starts on then. We were lined up really, really, really well, and you guys saw this, and we were trading almost dead on with how we were trading back then. Almost dead on. It looks like, there we go. Then something happened yesterday. We had a price manipulation period. Good morning, Amanda. We had a price manipulation. Amanda, actually, I'm going to probably tell everybody. Make sure you check the link up top. I have a link up there to Twitter. I think, Amanda, you might have been the person that was trying to connect me with User of Intellect, and I don't remember who it was. It's hard to remember these kind of things, but whoever it may have been, User of Intellect submitted something on Twitter or put a Twitter post up talking about figuring out what the free float's going to be, and I highly support this, and I think it's a really cool idea. But back to what I was saying, we were really following closely to the May 24th price action right here. These 2 days, like dead nuts, right on. Then something happened yesterday, and we had price movement going down when it should have been going up. So I slid this down just a little bit to see if we could kind of match the pattern. It still kind of matches in this time frame right here. It's just moved down a little. Then we had more price action movement starting right here, where it went the other direction again. And again, if I move this back down a little bit, it doesn't match here, but if I keep moving it down, it starts to line up a little bit right here, and then now right here. Now you can see it lining up here. So if I continue to move this pattern down, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think that we're following the same pattern. It's just that every once in a while they attack the price, and you can see the attack was here, the attack was here, and it looks like we maybe had an aftermarket hour attack here. So 3 places. 1, 2, and 3. And possibly even 4. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens today. I'm going to line up the same pattern. I'm not changing it left or right. I'm just simply dragging it down and saying that there's a very good chance that they're hitting certain points, key points where they're trying to drop this down. So what does this do? Right? If the pattern follows, but it's just they're attacking at certain points, what that does is it changes the amount that this goes up by, right? So all these values are now lower because I had to drag this whole thing down. So now instead of closing, at 100 and, or instead of having a price hitting like 170, now the price only is hitting 133 at the very top. So this will be important to watch because I said the other day, I said I feel like DRS shares is going to turn this from 170. You can see where I posted it on Twitter. 170. I felt like this current cycle could get us up to $170, but because of the DRSing of shares, I think we're going to have institutional sell-offs, and I think that's going to decrease the amount of price action that we have. So we're seeing some paper hands. I don't know where they're coming from. I don't know if it's institutions or if it's actual retail. But in the last, I don't know, I want to say in the last week, we've had about 7 million shares that have been bled off. So, it's gonna impact this, right? So now the top becomes much lower. And the more ammunition that the hedge funds find on the market, the more they'll be able to drive this price down further. So we'll continue to watch this and see if we follow this kind of pattern or this trend for the day. But if this trend were to hold true, it would have us closing at about, let's see, as it stands, without any kind of market manipulation, it would have us closing at somewhere around $43. So we'll see if it holds up. Excuse me. Good morning, Amanda. Oh, I think I already said that. I have to hit the restroom real quick, guys. I didn't hit the restroom earlier. It's time to go. I'll be right back. Give me just a second. Yeah, based on the price movement right now, I can already tell that our pattern's not going to hold up here. Yeah, they're definitely attacking the price down right now. Oh, it's not too far off yet. I have a feeling this next candlestick, though, will be kind of off a little. But we'll do a little technical analysis here in about, I was saying that and not even showing you guys. I apologize. Did I show you guys all that stuff and not even show it to you? I may have been looking at my other screen and not even showing you everything that I was talking about. So I guess here, I'll move it back up. Where was it? Right there. Yeah, so tracking really well for 2 days. And then this is that first point of manipulation in price. So I drug it down just a little bit to see where it was that we were on, and this kind of lines up pretty well here. Then this is the second point of manipulation in price. Drag it down a little bit more. And this part follows. So then this is the third point where we have a manipulation in price. Drag it down some more. And you now have your fourth period of time where there's a manipulation in price. Fifth time manipulation of price. And that's where we stand. So let's see what happens. For the most part, it seems like I can continue to drag this down, but we'll see what happens throughout the day today. We got about 6 more minutes left here. I see what appears to be a wedge formation happening right now. So we're kind of hitting this level of resistance at $40.91. So, you know, we're either going to consolidate in here and break out going down, or we're going to break through this. One of the two. Amanda, I'm going to have to give you moderator status so for you to be able to click that for us to be able to have you submit a link. So you have moderator status now. You can submit it. For some reason on my YouTube channel, I can't figure out how to set up my YouTube channel to be able to allow people to submit links. I'm not sure where the feature or function is, but the only way I can do it is by making you an administrator. So as soon as you submit that, I'll change it back. Okay, so we broke through 40.91. I would suggest we're going to break out the top side of this just because I think the average of this trend channel is going to be, yeah, pointing towards the bottom, which I think typically means that we're going to break out the top. You know, I hear what you're saying, Bondaro. I really do. I hear what you're saying. It's really difficult to try and tell what's going to happen. Volume actually is looking pretty decent. We did have a little bit of a step down starting at about 9:41 Eastern Standard Time. But as far as since then, it's been pretty consistent. Now, they don't normally start attacking volume down until 10 a.m., which is actually 2 minutes out from now. And you can see it's ever so slightly starting to dip down. So volume could be attacked here pretty quickly. What do we know about low volume? Low volume means that price is both manipulated both up and down easily. You know, I guess I really hadn't thought about this before, but when I create these trend channels, a descending trend channel is supposed to be a bullish move. An ascending trend channel is supposed to be a bearish move. So it's kind of interesting, like how I really didn't, I guess I didn't piece it together, but if you look at this channel right here, you can see it's parallel, right? You've got a little bit of parallel stuff going on here. So I guess it kind of makes sense why it might or is supposed to break out going up. I never really put two and two together, I guess. But it looks like they're really heavily trying to manipulate the price down, though. Bananasaurus, welcome to the channel. If people DRS their shares, their broker may sell off the shares as they're no longer needed, but then ComputerShare needs to buy those shares that you DRS, which ends up being neutral. You DRS, your broker sells or transfers, ComputerShare buys those shares under your name. Let me think about that. Well, I mean, technically speaking, I think the people from the ComputerShare or the DRS party, I don't want to call it parties, we're all apes. But, you know, if you think that DRS is working, then what you would believe is that your broker is having to transfer actual shares over. And so if they don't have actual shares to transfer over to the ComputerShare as a broker, your new broker, then essentially what's happening is that it's not ComputerShare that's buying shares. It's your broker who would be buying shares to give to ComputerShare. Now, I would argue, and in rebuttal to that is that the answer to that is that your broker has to buy collateral shares whenever you buy shares. That's the relationship between you and your broker. They have an abundance of shares more than what is purchased through the company. So, as an example, 500 people buy 1 million shares in X broker. That broker will buy 1 million shares plus the collateral. So they have the shares. They don't have to go to the market to buy the shares because they have the shares. They're going to submit those shares as a book entry form to ComputerShare, who is going to then register your book entry shares under your name to DTC. So there will be no share purchasing going on from your brokers sending your shares over to ComputerShare. There will be a transfer in name, and that's about it. Now, having said that, everybody saw in the last day or so. Thank you, Amanda, for putting that up there. I'll go ahead and I'll check that out here in just a second. What we saw happen when I tried to buy a single share. I asked to buy a single share from ComputerShare, and they gave me a partitioned share. They gave me a fraction of a share, and I don't remember. I'll have to pull up the link here and or my picture and see what it was. Give me just a second. I'll show you. I can't believe I closed that out again. All right. Let me see where my picture is. C1. It's probably this one here. So yeah, I purchased a single share through ComputerShare. I purchased the share through ComputerShare. I didn't transfer. I purchased a single share from ComputerShare, and they said that the quantity that I owned in my name was 0.872504. That's a fractional share. You can't have a share in your name that's in a fraction, which means that the broker holds my single share under their name, not mine. It is not under. It can't. There's no way for me to own a portion of a share under my name because it would be multiple people who own this share. The only person who can hold a single share, or the only person who can hold a partial share, would be your broker, who is ComputerShare. So they're saying, ComputerShare is saying, I bought this share, but I have control of this share, but I'm giving you 0.872504. This is not under my name. This is not under my name. There's no way for me to have a partial share and have this under my name. Just absolutely. Oh wait, you guys aren't seeing the. Hold on a second. Hopefully that's there. You can see it now. There's no way for me to have ownership of a partial share. It's just no way. So that would be incorrect. To state that these shares are under my name, this partial share, would be incorrect, and which means that they may be putting whole shares under your name, but if you have a partial or fraction of a share amount showing up under your account, then CS is acting as a broker. They're acting as a broker, and it's no different than you being through your regular broker. And these shares are still held through DTC. They're still held through DTC. There's no difference. None whatsoever. The only shares that are your shares are the full share amounts. There's still going to be fractional shares, which means that they're not that means it's that ComputerShare is holding on to, or possibly buying collateral shares, but not nearly as many as your broker would probably hold. So yeah, and then now your broker's released from ownership, and they no longer have to hold their long positions any longer because you don't own shares through them. So, I mean, just something to think about. But I trust me, Bananasaurus, I am not here to try and create any kind of distrust in the community or anything like that. I'm simply showing you data that I'm collecting as I'm going through the process. I haven't completed the process, and I want the hard paper copy that's going to be sent to me, and I should be getting it within 10 business days. And once I have that, I'll be compiling all the information that I received through the entire process, and I will post it on Reddit. I will put it on the show, and we'll talk about the positives and negatives to both sides of computer share. I'm not here to try and sway you one way or the other. I'm here to give you guys information. I feel like there are certain aspects to ownership of shares through DRS that are positive, but there's also some negative things to it. And if they're not presented, if you don't talk about the facts about what is happening, then you're being unreal. You're being disingenuous about what the process is. So, you know, I try to take what I say with a grain of salt. I'm not here to try and bash computer share. If it was a legit thing and all the data proved that it was a legit thing, I would be, gung ho about it. I really would. I'm just as much as wanting to see this thing, anything that we can do as apes to be, to help with the process, which is why I linked that Twitter comment up there from I already forgot the name. User of Intellect, I think that's what it was. Yeah, User of Intellect. I think whatever they're putting together, and I don't know the full details, and I'm going to be reaching out to User of Intellect later today about that. I have something. I can't really divulge what it is that I'm working on, but I have something that I think that would kind of work hand in hand with what it is that they're doing, maybe or possibly. So, yeah, I think that link up there that I posted or pinned to the top of the show today in the chat channel, you guys should check that out. Definitely check it out because that's cool. I think it's really good information. Everybody wants to know how many shares we own, how much of the float we own, and it seems to be this FUD killer, I want to say. And I'm not entirely sure if I agree with the idea that knowing how much the float is will make any difference whatsoever. But, I still understand why people want to know. Honestly, I had this conversation with somebody on Reddit just last night. I think there's 3 pieces of information that you need to know in order to understand that we own the float and then some. And those 3 pieces of information, I'm actually going to have to pull up the post or the conversation that we had because I know what they are, but I'd rather just read it. It's so much easier. Yeah, we had such a long conversation. I'm not going to find it, so I'll just say what it is. Yeah. The very first thing is if you go into your key statistics, or if you go in and you look and see what the average volume is of the company, average volume per day for the last 3 months, and then you divide that by your free float, which is the total amount of shares that are supposed to be able to be traded. Just look at that, do that math, figure out what that ratio is, and then compare it to some other companies. And there's only two reasons that I can think of that that would be the case when you have such a high ratio. One is that people are selling shares like crazy because they know the company's going to tank, And if that's the case, then you should see price just dropping through the floor. Like, I mean, it should just be, the price should just be plummeting if that were the case, which we're not seeing with ours. So the secondary reason for it is that there's a lot of synthetic shares that exist and are being traded in the background, because there's no way that we're trading 72 actual million shares every single day. I don't believe it. There's no way you can convince me that we're trading 15, 16% of our float in a single day, every single day. I refuse to believe that information, which means that there's a lot of borrowing going on to create liquidity, and so that you see synthetics being created to create liquidity, and that's why you have an average volume that's so high. So that's the number one reason that that's number one thing that you can do to look at to see if a stock is being manipulated. Number two. Number two would be how many shares are on loan, right? Because if you have, in our particular case, we have 100. What did I say today? I don't actually have the data up on the screen. Let me pull it back up here. It doesn't say there either, does it? Let me pull up Ortex. We have 100, as of today, we have 107 million shares on loan, right? So that actually makes the that actually makes the average volume divided by the free float minus the shares on loan minus the institutional ownership. When you start subtracting those things out, it takes away from the float. When you look at that average volume divided by that number instead, it's even more manipulated looking. I guess is probably the best way to put it. Because the shares on loan really is a huge indicator to tell you how heavily the stock is being shorted. So that's indicator number two. Indicator number three is the on loan average age per day. If on loan average age per day is steadily increasing over the life of the stock, then what you have is old loans held on the books. Those are puts that are way out of the money. Way out of the money. They've loaned those shares out for a long time because they can't return them quite yet because they're tied up in puts. So when they cover those older loans, what you end up seeing is a price increase shortly thereafter. Now, typically speaking, they use current shares that they can loan out to backfill or kick the can down the road, which we all hear that term all the time. Kick the can down the road and paying off some of those older loans, but it costs them in price. Price hikes up because they're essentially having to buy shares and lend some more shares, and it causes a price increase. So one of the problems that you have too, though, is if people are selling shares on the market, then you would see on loan amount going down and average age going down, which is actually what we're seeing currently. So there's been about 7 million shares that have been returned to the market, I believe, because we've seen the average age of loans going down, and we've also seen on loan amount drop by about 7 million. So whether that's institutions selling or if that's retail selling, I can't really say. I don't know. I don't know what it's really difficult for me to determine. But it is somebody's selling shares. But I do expect that to be those paper hands will be in short supply. They'll be in short supply, and it'll end. It'll end at some point. And I mean, our on loan average age per day is currently at 74.06, with the highest that we've had this year at 77.4. That number is going to drop some more. They're going to have to start lending shares because of the failure to deliver cycles that there's like only a certain period of time, I think it's 35 days, that they can have the shares on loan for before they're required to either kick the can down the road by loaning more shares and paying down those loans, or finding shares from the market and collecting those and using those to pay off some of the loans. So we're looking at what is it, average age per day? 74 days. which is that's more than twice the amount of 35 days, right? So the need for them to cover some of their older loans is happening, and that's why we're starting to see that to go down. So, and I'm building like a long roundabout case, and I'm probably losing some of you, but the idea is for the hedge funds, they know between $40 and $45 they can kind of get people to paper hand some of their shares. So they want to keep us in this range of 40 to 45 bucks for as long as possible so that they can get people to shed shares. And if they're successful, then that's less shares that they have to borrow in order to decrease those older loans. So that's what they're doing. They're keeping us in that gray zone of 40 to 45 bucks for as long as they possibly can, to decrease volume and to discourage investors from continuing to hold. So I don't know. Is it working? A little bit. We've seen it happen before. Last time, right? I'll show you guys. Last time we came through this range, I can give you some specific dates. And it's only because I track things the way that I track them that I can give you these specific dates in here. But on 6/3, we hit about 50 bucks. That was that other zone. We have two gray zones between 49 and 54, and between $40 and $45. On or around 6/3, we hit 50 bucks, and it was on our way down from 72, and people sold. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense, right? I mean, there's some people out there that saw it hit. I actually know a guy I worked with who said, I'm selling at 50, period. I know a guy who said that. And, I was like, why are you selling at 50? This is going to go so much higher. And he's like, I don't think so. And that's fine. He's entitled to think what he thinks, but he's going to miss out. And, so we had a bunch of people who sold off shares here in that range. We had another date, 7/2. The average price was again $50 that day. It hit around 50 bucks on 7/2. And we saw, I think, a bunch of people selling off during that period of time. On 7/9, we hit, I think it was around 45 bucks, and I think we had some more people who sold off during that day as well. But then you had this one down here on 7/27 where it hit just underneath $40 during that day, and I think that was a day where we also had some more people who sold off. So we have these gray zones that we're hitting, and the longer that they keep us in these gray zones, the more people that they shake. So really, what it comes down to is sticking to your golden rules. And if you guys go to my description, you can see what the golden rules are. And what the number one golden rule is never invest more than you're willing to lose. The whole reason for that being the golden rule number one is because if you invest the money and you're not counting on it, you have nothing to fear. Which leads to golden rule number two, buy and hold. That's golden rule number two. Because if you buy and you hold, you help progress this towards MOAS. The holding is it's the entire fuel. It's the fuel that makes this thing go. I can't stress that enough. The holding part of this is what really makes this thing go. And then the third rule is finding a good known broker that didn't take away the buy button back in January, and who allows you to, I guess I haven't added this to the golden rule, and I don't know if I will or not, but the other part of that golden rule is make sure that broker, whichever one you choose, needs to make sure that they have pre-market and after-hour trading abilities. Those are the three golden rules. Everything else after that's kind of like level of participation, like whether or not you sell to the lit market or not sell. Sorry, if you buy to the lit market, or I guess you could say sell to the lit market too. Eventually, you're going to sell to the lit market too as well. So yeah, those are kind of like things that are kind of like levels of participation as an ape, depending on how technical you want to get with this. It's 9:18. I've totally talked my way past technical analysis. Let me update some screens and we will take a look at this. I was telling my son the other day, I said, if I went back to college, if I ever decided to go back to college and they made me renew my like a speech class or something like that, or presentation class, I could probably walk in and direct the teacher to my YouTube channel and be like, yeah, I know how to do presentations for extended periods of time. You can just go ahead and pass me through this. The gift of gab. It's not a good thing. I mean, it might be good for YouTube, but it's not necessarily a good thing in real life. Taking you guys to the other page here real quick. That way you don't have to see me moving screens all over the place. All right, Dark Pools, what you got for us? I guess this is the first time today that I'm doing a presentation on technical analysis, so we do need to cover a few extra items that I don't normally cover every hour on the hour, so which is not on the hour right now. But let's start from the very top. Price prediction tally. Adam and I both got a point for our price prediction on Monday. All four of us missed yesterday, which is kind of ironic because I believe, was it last week that we all missed on Tuesday as well, which I think that's kind of odd. There might be something to that, and I might have to consider that or take that into consideration. Short exempt volume today was at 287.6, which was slightly up from yesterday. Utilization is at 84.36. That is slightly lower. It's less than 1% lower, maybe 0.5%. Day over day price increase was a decrease yesterday by 5.18%, basically kind of nullifying anything that happened on Monday. And look at our dark pools this morning, guys. 60.06% into the dark pools this morning. That is high. Normally, I would say at about this time we'd be around 53%. That is extremely high on Stonko Tracker. That would probably, if we were to close right now on Stonko Tracker tomorrow, that would show up as like 64, 65%. Don't ask me why there's a difference. I don't know yet. I'm going to find out eventually. Eventually, I'll find out. I might have something lined up to find out why that is. Let's see here. Borrowed change. Looks like they've borrowed so far for the day, according to Ortex, 16.36 thousand shares. Super low. Estimated current short share interest will be going up because of that. It is now at 16.68%. And our highest level of volume so far this morning is currently at a $41 strike price for the calls, which is lower by $3 from yesterday, which was 45. I think 43 is a good number today. I really do. I'm kind of looking at how, I should preface this by saying that if you're playing options and you're not winning like 80 to 90% of the time, stop playing options because you're just a player. Buy the stocks. Buy the stocks because that makes you the house, and you want to be the house to win. Don't be the player, be the house. Like my wife said, she said, if there's no players, there's no game. I couldn't, when she said that, I was like, oh my God, how simple that is, and so true. No players, no game. Stop being a player. And then the hedge funds have no game. So having said that, $43 to me seems like a pretty decent price for closing for the end of the week. And we currently have, I'm sorry, 42. It's 42, not 43. Our highest level of volume is at 42. My eyes misled me. 7.3 thousand contracts this morning so far. On the put side, highest level is at 40. That's down. That's actually the same price as what it was yesterday when we closed. 6.4 thousand contracts, so almost a 1-to-1 ratio on volume with a $2 spread between 40 and 42, giving us like a options signaling for a $41 close by the end of the week. max pain is 40 for the day today. Taking you guys over to Ortex. I know a lot of people are really kind of worried about this number right here. This estimated current short share interest of the free float. I'm talking with somebody who's talking to me on Reddit through DMs. I almost want to say it's a shill account. They have a lot of negative things to say about the stock, and sometimes I kind of entertain those people just because, one, I don't know if they're really a shill bot, or if it's just a or a shill account, or if it's somebody who just doesn't really believe in necessarily what's happening here, but is still in the process of being in the play. So I entertain what it is that they have to say, but they have a lot of negative comments. And one of the things they asked me was like, you don't think that short share interest of the free float going down is a sign that they're covering? And I said, no, not at all. I don't think that's a sign. And in fact, if anything, I think that there's evidence to prove that when the short share interest moves down, we end up having a price spike. I mean, you have one right here. Short interest went down, hit the bottom. Approximately 2 days later, price started increasing. Then it went down here, and approximately 2 days from the bottom of short share interest hitting, let's see how many days later. 1, 2, 3, 4 days later, price started having an increase. It went down here. Approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days later, price started increasing. It went down here, and when it hit the bottom, in the same day, it's had a price increase. The only time where we have like a big dip on this, and we don't see a price increase, is this time frame right here. There's no price increase after this dip. But every other single time, we just had a dip. It hit the bottom right here, and approximately 2 days later, we started seeing price increases. And now it's dipping some more, which to me means more price increase coming. So yeah, I mean, I would actually say the exact opposite. When you see current short share interest of the free float going down, you should be like, ooh, here comes the attendees. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff, not bad stuff. This is a heavily manipulated number, guys. It really is. Do not try to base what's happening with our stock with this number. You're not going to get good results. Utilization, bad number. It's a bad number to be looking at trying to figure out where we're at. What you really want to look at is you want to look at shares on loan, and it's going down, which is not necessarily a good thing for us. But look at that, and also look at your on loan average age per day, because those are the kind of things that tells you what they're doing to manipulate the price of the stock. Those are good indicators to look at to understand where we're moving. So yeah, and the fact that this on loan average age per day, same thing kind of happens with this. When it tends to go down, we see price increases shortly thereafter. And so especially when we have like where was it? The reason it went down during this time right here was because the share dilution. But there was a big spike down once, and I don't remember where it was at. Oh yeah, it was just before the January run up. It went way down right here, and then we had, I usually say somewhere between 0 and 15 business days after hitting the bottom that we usually see our big price increases. So I don't know. We'll see how far down this goes here. It's a good indicator to watch. Orders by Fidelity customers today. AMC is currently, oh, this is so much better looking. We're at least at a 50-50 buy to sell ratio. That's so much better than where it was. We may be exhausting our paper hands. So 3, 6, we're in 6th position in most highly traded stocks on Fidelity. And GME is, I think they were in, was it 25th earlier? I can't remember. I want to say GME was like 22nd or 25th. It looks like they've fallen off the list again, which is not good. It means low volume. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to say it again. You guys keep hearing it, but I'm saying it again. Volume is everything. Volume is everything. If your stock is I mean, even if you're hitting a great buy to sell ratio, if you don't have volume, you don't have anything. It's what creates the big bada boom. It really is. It's the meat and potatoes of these stocks. You gotta have volume. And that's why it's so important for Adam Aaron to put us in the news. Doesn't appear to be any share lending going on since this morning. So our total shares loan so far for the day today is at 3.45. Yesterday it was 4.75. Oh, 26,000 contracts in the money for the calls versus 88,000 out of the money puts. This number is really high again, guys. This out of the money calls, that's high. And we've found out from what Bigham's AMC Bigham's put out there that, you know, a way for them to create a lot of synthetic shares is through long out of the money calls. So keep that in mind. Some of this might be them creating. I wonder if I get the gift of gab from my dad or my mom. Weird stuff like this pops into my head. Advancers, 4,181 advancers to 2,717 decliners. It's probably my dad. NASDAQ up. I'm safe saying that. my mom, she's listening to the channel. NASDAQ is up 0.25%. Dow Jones is up 0.41%. The S&P 500 is up 0.39%. Robinhood is down 0.34%. Amazon is down 0.19%. Cinemark is down 0.05%. Dogecoin is down, or up, sorry, rather, up 4.14%. GME is down 1.29, and we are up 1.42% for the day today with an inflow versus outflow of, watch it be less. I don't know. I mean, it makes me laugh. It's a 13-point spread. It's a 13-point spread between inflow and outflow. We have way more outflow than inflow, but yet we're up in price by 1.5%. How? Howie Mandel. Howie Mandel, is that possible? 12.09 divided by, let's see, we're approximately an hour into trading, 60 times 390. We are on pace for 78.5 million shares traded for the day today. That's actually really kind of, that's so, Active Douglas, if you're still listening. I think at this time yesterday, we probably were around 100, I think it was 122. If I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to pull from my memory and it's kind of sketchy, but and I am doing this a little bit later than normal. I'm like maybe 20 minutes behind, so maybe we would have been down to 100. So today's actually looking like it's going to be less volume than yesterday, maybe substantially. So we could see, but the thing is though, let's take a look at this. The thing is though, is at 10 o'clock in the morning, we usually see a dip in volume, and we're not seeing that yet. We actually have really steady volume going on right now. Really, really steady volume, and I'm not seeing, in fact, we have two peaks of volume that occurred on both of these run-ups right here, and right here. So volume's relatively healthy so far. Yeah, so far. On a 1 hour interval, I would say that we have almost as much buying pressure as we have selling pressure, with RSI at 52.3, which is just above average. This could flip over. The 1 hour could flip over here anytime. On a 30-minute interval, we're signaling way more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI at 60.11, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI at 68.81. So we might have a period of, on a short term, we might have a little bit of consolidation. Short period meaning between now and 30 minutes. But anything beyond 30 minutes from now, we might have some more run up. Whole bunch of news has hit the board here. Let me see what you guys have said, because I can't track what you guys. Bondaro saying all of this is reminiscent of a corrective AB Elliott wave. Casey knows what I mean. Yesterday afternoon was OA and now AB, and at the end of the day BC to 39 or below. We might even touch 42.5 today, but I think 41.5 is the limit. Oh, come on. Speaking of which, we've dropped out of that ascending parallel channel on the 30-minute interval that I think I created. I think it might, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a 30-minute interval. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. We did break out of that, going down pretty hard. But we're kind of returning out of that here. So let me see here. I'm wondering. I really wish there was a way to like on Webull to just get rid of like just certain things like you have on TradingView. All right, let me switch over to TradingView for just a second, because I think this is going to help me out to see what we're doing. So let me kind of zoom out here, or zoom back in and switch over. I'm gonna go ahead. We obviously broke out of this wedge obviously already, so let me get rid of that as well. And I'd almost willing to be betting that we're on an ascending parallel channel. Yeah, we're on an ascending parallel channel right now, which is a bearish indicator. And what Bondaro said, I think, might be very accurate. That 4150 or 4172 that top that we hit there might be. In fact, we could be breaking out here any second. It just depends on whether this 4142 level of support holds, and it's not. Again, let me pull out TradingView real quick here. I guess I'll show you guys what I'm doing. Take all the junk away. So I kind of want to pull back to. Let's see if I can see it on 1 hour on TradingView, because I think I can. Yeah. All right, give me a second here, because I'm kind of new to this. That's not what I wanted. I'm trying to learn TradingView, so. Now what I wonder is if I go back down to the 15 minutes, how is TradingView going? Oops. I just got a big old fat I hate you. I hate you from TradingView there. All right, so that's 15 minutes. Huh. That actually really supports the movement quite well. And then if we were to do something like this, what time did we close today? 1600? 1600, and then let's see, open. This is going to get extended out. I don't know, Bandaro. I'm kind of in the absence of any kind of market manipulation. There's a very good chance that I feel like we could hit 43 bucks today. There is a little discrepancy between how we're currently running and where this pattern kind of falls in the end, and so I'm kind of giving the benefit of the doubt that they're going to adjust down. At least we'll have at least one period of manipulation in here today. So if I were to drag this down just slightly and support the line, then that would have us closing at about 42.5. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I don't know. I'm really kind of I'm into trying to do price predictions, but I feel like it's also not very beneficial. You know what I'm saying? Like it's fun to just kind of try and figure out in the beginning of the morning, but if I get it wrong, I get it wrong, and I'm not too disappointed because it really doesn't matter to me on what the price is. I'm more concerned about that volume. I really want to see the volume start shooting up, and it's actually just decreasing right now, pretty sharply. Right? I mean, it's fallen off pretty quick here. I think honestly, I think our day is going to be decided based off this dark blue line that I just created at 41.33. If we cross back over to this 41.33 line going down, then more than likely we'll end up seeing maybe that 39 level that Bandara was talking about before. So I think it's going to all depend on how much support. Now we have at 41.15, we have a 9,130 share buy order, which is right about here. But I really think the support line, if we can hold 41.33 and just maintain, you know, it could be good. So we'll have to see. Really what this comes down to when you have like these moments where volume just kind of dies down like this, in my mind, what I envision is like I see algorithmic computers that are fighting each other for price action, and eventually somebody has to give. But it's almost like it's like de-escalation. It's de-escalation of movement, and so volume falls. You have de-escalation, and you know, sometimes I think that it's just whoever pulls the trigger first. Well, you know what they say. Yeah, this is not really a flagpole. I mean, if it were a flagpole, then you'd have like maybe 10:18 to 10 minutes. So 10:30 to 10:40, it should be breaking. It should have broken out back here. The breakout should have been back here. So if this, I mean, this looks like it's breaking out up. And if this had been a pennant, I would have expected it to have broken out a few minutes before. You know, I guess it being off by let me just look at this again. No, this was a pennant. This was a pennant. Yeah, I think 41.33 is something we need to hold in order for us to continue to see price movement upwards. It's just kind of something we've got to hold at. Let's see, 9:48. We got about 12 minutes before the next technical analysis. Let's check news. Oh, I love it. 14 hours ago, AMC CEO teases change to movies chain's business model, but mum on details. Man, I mean, it's really not starting to look like cryptocurrency, but I really hope that it is. I really want to see that happen. I think that could be big, big news. Yeah, no new real news on that. Let me look at Everclear. Just kidding, I know it's Evergrande. Evergrande calls off 2.9 billion stake sale. Once China's most prolific developer, Evergrande has more than 300 billion in unpaid bills and is facing a crisis. Looks like they're not going to have a. Looks like they're not going to sell off a portion of their business. Hold on a second, guys. There's some weird noise going on here. I think my dog had a whistle in his nose when he was breathing. I think he's sleeping over here by me, and I think I could hear the whistle in his nose. Can't do it. Okay, I don't see any Evergrande news. Nothing that really pops out to me other than the fact that they're signaling that they don't want to have purchase of part of their company. So I know. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. Put on your tinfoil hats. Tinfoil hats going on here, right, guys? I feel like what I think what our government, or no, let me rephrase this. I feel like I see what's happening right now in the American economy happening, doing the reverse to China, what China did to us in the early 2000s. I really think that some of American companies, or I think American companies want to start buying property in China, or buying assets in China and starting to own some of them, and taking back over what was taken away from America back in the early 2000s when China came over here and started buying up a bunch of stuff. Now, if you go and you look, a lot of ports over the years have been purchased by China through other countries, and they own the rights to the ports and the shipping that happens through those ports. And I think America might be on the path of trying to kind of take back over some property that China has accumulated over the last decade or so. So yeah, tinfoil hats on. But I think we're kind of in the I think BlackRock especially is in the business of buying up American properties. America kind of taking back over its own assets. And what that leads to, you know what it leads to. It starts with economic war, then it moves into other. But hopefully we can avoid all that. It looks like we supported that 41.33 pretty well, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to bounce off of one of these levels of resistance at 41.70 or 41.82. So far we've held 41.70. I actually kind of want to see us bounce off of 41.70 here, fall back down a little bit, and kind of support. Let's see what would be a good number to support. So what we could have happen here, if you imagine this 41.70 as being, or we could even say 41.73 kind of being like this level of, I'll draw a line here, a horizontal line. We could be looking at something a little bit like this, and this is a bullish triangle. That's not what I want. Where do I want to draw this at? I honestly don't know where I want to draw this at yet, because I don't like my options right now, because it's still kind of forming, but I'll have to make the best of it. Oh, hey. So, like Trey says, he usually sees it touching the top 4 times, 3 or 4 times before it breaks out. I think it's 3 and then breaks out on the 4th. But we have 2 touch on the top here. It's possible we may. I don't think this is the end. I don't think this is the end of the wedge of the triangle, this portion or this angle of the triangle. I think this will come back down a little bit, break through here, and kind of touch some other kind of level of support, probably that 41.33 again. Try to come back up. So I have a feeling I'll just be extending this out somewhere along the line, further down the line. But ultimately, this pattern, this formation, this triangle formation here should lead to breaking out into higher prices. It's just a matter of some consolidation kind of in between this 41.33 range and 41.75. You guys are quiet today. You guys are like super quiet. What's going on? Are you guys reading something? What is going on? Like, are you guys? I feel like I'm missing out on something. I feel like I'm the guy over here talking. Everybody else is like watching like a train wreck or something, and I'm like over here still talking. Like, what's going on? I'm like the teacher that's got his back to the drawing board or something, and everybody else is watching out the windows as something crazy happens, and the teacher has no clue. Twitter. You have a live on Twitter? Oh. And Discord? Holy crap. Watching the grass grow is more exciting? Wow. Wow, Mom. Jeez. Thanks. I know that's not how you meant it, but dang. I'll go to Twitter. I want to see what's going on Twitter. Let's see here. There's a live on Twitter, huh? Let's see what it is. I'm not really, like I said before, I'm not really like a huge tweeter, a huge tweeter. That sounds so wrong to me. I must not be following the right people to see the live because I don't see. Those are called space calls, right? I think. Okay, I gotcha. I don't know. I don't know how to issue or start a space call on Twitter, but I think they're kind of interesting. I tried to partake in one last night, and I found myself feeling exactly like how I feel during an Astro YouTube viewing session. You know what I mean? Like, just like so many people talking, like just all like craziness going on all at once, and I even jumped in at one point and asked a question, and got shot down, and I was like, all right, I'm out of here. I felt dejected. I was kind of like, See, the problem is I was late showing up to the space call, and so apparently I asked a question that was something that they had already talked about. So rule number 1: don't show up late to class and ask the question that's already been asked. I should have known that. I should have known that from the get-go. And that was me. But I learned a lesson. But I am curious how let me look that up. I mean, I am curious how you start a space call. Long press on the tweet compose on your home timeline and then tap the new spaces icon. Multiple circles forming a diamond shape on the far left. Wow. I just got a text from Redbox. That's been a while. Well, I almost forgot about Redbox. Okay, so you hold. Oh. Create a space. Got it. Name your space. Select up to 3 topics and then start your space. Okay, that's cool. Learn something new every day. Monty's getting his workout on. Nice. I should do that sometime. Get my workout on. This poor body hasn't seen a workout, like a real workout, in ages. I really need to get back to it. I've kind of been saying, like, post MOAS that I'll do it. Oh, Charles Gasparino coming in here. Wall Street sources tell me that they credit GOP SEC commissioner for softening Gary Gensler meme stock report after rejecting initial conclusions regarding market structure changes. I don't even know what that means. Oops. Biden discusses 1.9 trillion top line for economic package. Yeah, Monty, I know what you mean. My wife just started like a couch to something, I don't know if it's 5K or what, but she just started the plan like I don't know, this last week. And I think she's trying to encourage me to get into it as well. And to be honest with you, after a 9-hour stream, like I am beat. Like you wouldn't think sitting down and talking for 9 hours would take it out of you, but let me tell you, it ain't easy. It ain't easy being cheesy. And it's I get done and I'm exhausted. I'm spent. And I just don't feel like doing anything. But you're right though. Like how are you going to enjoy your 10 days afterwards if you're not in shape? I can only imagine like having like lots of money and then wanting to go on like a ski vacation or something like that with the family. Like we go up there and like I get up to the top of the hill and I make it down like a quarter of the way and I'm all like out of breath and everything and the legs are burning and like that would bite. That would really bite. I love skiing. I absolutely love skiing and there's nothing worse to me than retiring before the lifts close down. I'm usually one of the first ones on the lift and one of the last ones down the hill. And I usually pack sandwiches and a Camelback because the less time that you spend in the lodge house, the more time you get to spend on the hill. And one of my most favorite things, well, it's up there. It's in the top 10 list, but one of my most favorite things to do is to ride the lift up and just turn around and look behind you and just enjoy the scenery of snow on mountainsides everywhere and just the view. I love it. That ride up the hillside is so worth it. one of my more favorite things to do is to sit in a hot tub with snow hitting you in the face. That's even better. Way better. My mom knows. We went up to Colorado, was it a year or two ago, Mom? For Christmas? I think we went up about a year or two ago for Christmas up to Colorado. And we went out in the hot tub and it was just absolutely pouring down like knuckle size snowflakes and hitting you in the face while you're sitting there in the hot tub. Oh man, it's so awesome. The only downside to it is when you got to get out and then go through the snow to get back inside. Like if you could somehow have like a jacuzzi that was hooked up to like a pathway that went straight into the house, or maybe part of the jacuzzi's in the house and the other part's outside, that would be the only way. I actually did experience that. I went to Colorado with my family. I want to say it was like in Vail or something like that. And we went to this lodge where they had oh, you know what? That might have been Sugar Bush. It might have actually been on the East Coast. Anyways, the hotel had this indoor outdoor heated pool and you had to swim. There was glass. There was glass up on the one side of the pool, and then there's this little area that you swam underneath to get on the other side to the outside portion. And they had I believe it was a jacuzzi on the outside that was connected to the pool, and you could just jump in the jacuzzi on the outside. And it was snowing outside. It was so awesome. There's nothing better about being in a jacuzzi in a snowstorm. Okay, it looks like they're going to try and break this out here. This is the push to push us past 41.34. They're gonna try and prevent this from happening. Let me check. Let me check. This is actually right about where we're supposed to be. I would say this is actually pretty normal. We should see this drop down to about $40 here. I think we're going to see this drop to about $40, and then we'll have a return back, hopefully. Ah, 10:07. Dang it. I'm late again. All right, time for TA. My dog is snoring in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I mean, just like old man snoring. He's sawing some major logs back there. Like he didn't sleep at all last night or something. I didn't sleep on the couch last night, so. And I know he was sawing logs last night, if I remember correctly, in my bedroom. He's just getting old. He's like me. Dark pool is currently at 60.31. I think that's ever so slightly higher than it was an hour ago. 457.16 thousand shares borrowed for the day today. I'm just going to put 457. And that's going to increase the estimated short share interest to 16.74%. $42 is the strike price. That's the same thing as an hour ago. It was 7.3 an hour ago to 11.6 now. On the put side, we currently have highest volume at $40, which is where it was an hour ago. Went from 6.4 to 7.7. You guys, never mind. Yeah, taking you to the next page. You don't want to know. Let's see. AMC dropping from fifth, I think fifth highest traded stock to eighth. seventh position. We had 50-50 buy to sell ratio. Now it's down to 47.53. GME had fallen off the list earlier. They were on the list early this morning. Let's see if they've found their way back on. No. They did not find their way back onto the list of highest most traded stocks for the day today. Let's see if we have more borrowing. I don't think we've had more borrowing against us yet. Let's see though. Yeah, about 100,000 shares. Okay, so from 3.45 to 3.55 million shares borrowed for the day today. That's about a million, almost a million and a quarter less than yesterday. With 26,000 in the money calls versus 88,000 out of the money puts. Very high level of out of the money calls. 221,000 options. Option contracts. Making up words. The market is advancing over declining with 4,234 advancers to 2,609 decliners. Nasdaq is up 0.07. Dow Jones is up 0.36, and S&P 500 is up 0.32. Robinhood is down 0.41%. Amazon is down 0.49%, which is actually kind of hefty. 0.5% is kind of a lot for them. More cracking. Cinemark is up 0.45%. Dogecoin is up 4%. GameStop is down 1.32, and we are up at 1.25. Our inflow versus outflow. Jeez. Okay, so what is that? At least 15 would make it. Yeah, 16-point spread. 16-point spread between outflow and inflow for an increase in price by 1.25. One of these days, I don't know. I don't know. Volume, nasty. Super nasty volume right now. 15.8 divided by, let's see, what are we at here? An hour and 45 minutes. My math might be off, but I'm showing 60.4 million shares. We've dropped from like 80 something million in an hour down to an average, or averaging 60.4 million. So we might actually break down on the bottom side. There's a very strong chance we're on the bottom side of my volume prediction. We might even go lower than it, unless we have volume pick up. That's how bad it's fallen off here. Let me just do my math one more time, make sure that I've got this right. 58.9. That's what I'm coming up with. That's accurate. 58.9 million shares averaging for close for the day today. That's nasty. Nasty. But, we're still in the top 10. Top 10 most highest traded stocks on Fidelity, and yet we're still averaging such low numbers, which means the market, that tells me that the market as a whole is not trading very heavily. So keep that in mind. On a 1 hour interval, we currently have about even buying and selling pressure. Everything looks pretty even with the RSI right down the middle at 50.93, so it could go either direction. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. It did cross over. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 2.5 hours ago. RSI is a little bit high at 56.95, but not very. And on a 5-minute interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 57.56. So I would say the indicators are saying that we're going to continue to head up in price. It does appear like they tried to push us down. They did break that 41.33 level of support. I really feel like that's kind of like something that we need to stay above if we're going to continue to see higher prices. There legit was a breakout here. There was definitely a breakout side of this pattern, but you got to remember I just kind of drew this thinking like, this is where it might kind of be. I knew that this was going to happen where we're going to have an instance where I was going to have to extend this out. So now we're just kind of like looking at later in the day. So this gives us more time to hit that 41.75 level, 41.72 level of resistance. So we could hit it a third time here, kind of come back down, maybe hit some level of support down here at like 41.42 or 41.33, bounce back up, and then finally break out of what I would consider to be a bullish triangle. So we'll see if that's what happens. But if I had to guess, this will probably be our breakout point right here. That might be a little far forward, but I'm willing to go with that. And that would probably be our breakout point because I could see this running up, touching like a third time maybe over here, somewhere in here, falling back down and then coming back up for a breakout. Checking, where is it? Here it is. Checking how we're doing on I lost my train of thought. Checking how we're doing in Market Watch, not Market Watch, Trading View. I don't know why I wanted to say Market Watch. Checking out what we're doing in Trading View compared to the trend. I feel like there was some pressure applied here to keep the price down. But yeah, moving back up into that 43 range is definitely a possibility. They haven't shorted us enough to deviate from the trend quite yet. Because you can see I still have the line set up here, touching bottom right here. So end of day would be right about here at about 42.84. Thereabouts. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if we continue to trend up this line here. And I wish AP was here. AP's busy, but well, I think he'd be proud of me. I'm trying, AP. I don't know if AP's listening or not, but I'm trying. No, yeah, that's a great question, Azrul. That is from Fidelity only. Fidelity only. Now, I think that there are other other brokers out there who report that data. I only belong to Webull and Fidelity, so I don't know if Webull has that reporting data somewhere. I don't know of it, but I can always look it up and check and see. I'll check and see if thank you, Sandy. I appreciate that. I'll check and see if Webull has that data someplace on their trade orders, what they're showing. That would be good information to know if we can kind of compare and contrast. I'm always up for that. I think that's great, comparing different sources to see how much they fall in line. But here's the thing. I really feel like after what happened in January, that Fidelity became a huge player in broker ownership. Sorry, broker retail ownership. So Yes, they're not the only place. People are buying on ComputerShare. They're buying on Robinhood. They're buying on Webull. They're buying on TD Ameritrade. They're buying on Charles Schwab. You know, there's a lot of different platforms. So many. So it would be awesome if we could get data from other locations. In fact, if you guys have any of that information, if you can find out if you have a broker, if you can supply that information when I read off what it is that I have to read about Fidelity, it would be awesome to see because then we could contrast and compare. And that would be really useful information. Charles Schwab would be a great one. Charles Schwab would be a great one. And the reason I say that is because if there's institutions out there that I see that are buying up shares for funds, Charles Schwab is one of the biggest ones. Charles Schwab buys crazy amounts of AMC through for their small cap portfolios. Well, Fidelity does too, but I think I see more Charles Schwab orders than I do or reportings, 13F reportings. I think they're 13F. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're the other one, whichever that's. I forget what it's called. Pulling it up. Just to give you an idea, you know, I hate saying something and then not backing it up with information to show you. So just to kind of give you guys an idea of what it is that I'm talking about, I'm going to go ahead and pull up Fintel over here. And if I just type in Charles over here, it shows you all the different funds that they're buying shares through. For example, just Charles Schwab Investment Management Incorporated has a total of 4.1 million shares, right? So when I tell you guys that our brokers have to hold, and see, there's a difference. Charles Schwab has 13F here, right? That's what they actually have invested. An NP is I forget what it stands for. Not gosh darn it. Let me look it up again. It's not. I think it's non something. I forget what it stands for. Somebody help me out. I'm not gonna be able to find it. Endport. Registered management investment companies and exchange traded funds organized as unit investment trusts is used to report on a fund's portfolio. Money market funds and small business investments companies are excluded. So it's an endport. It's portfolio. It's just data related to the pricing of portfolio securities. So, but the 13F is what Charles Schwab. So when I sit here and I tell you guys that Charles, you know, any one of our brokers is required to hold collateral in our stock because you have a brokerage account through them. This is what I'm talking about right here. This 13F. This one's different. This is Charles Schwab's ownership in AMC right here. I'm pretty sure. pretty sure that's what that is. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is Charles Schwab's ownership, and this is the collateral that they're holding in ownership to the shares that are actually invested through some of these funds. You know, the small company index fund is here. This is another small cap index fund. Stock market index fund, U.S. broad market index. Yeah, but you know, you can type in any one of your. Here's Fidelity's. Oops, change my mouse speed. There we go. I don't see a 13F for Fidelity. They have to have their own. I'm sure that they have their own. It might be called something different though. I wonder if we can look up. Nah, you can't look up Webull. How about? I doubt you can look up Robinhood either. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what a lot of the different names are. I know that Fidelity and Charles Schwab are ones that I've seen that pop up, but I think some of the other companies use different naming conventions. So I'd have to know what those were in order to look them up. What's another good one? That's not going to come to me. But anyways, yeah. They do own their own shares in the company. All right, I'm going to go ahead and leave you guys with what I got showing on the screen here. My best guess is that we're going to touch this top at 41.75 and either break through, or we'll come back down, kind of hit some bottom down here. Maybe it's you know, it could be 41.43, or some place on this wedge, triangle that's going up here, and then break out likely in this section right here. Or, I mean, there is a possibility that this thing does, you know, it could touch the top and actually break out going down a little bit further, so hitting that 41.33 over here, and then it would just extend this out just slightly more, and then, you know, we'd be breaking out sometime later on the day today. In fact, if I had to guess, just based off of what I'm looking at on trends here, we would probably break out in or around, what price is that? 41.75. Market Watch is showing. Oh, come on, go away. I can't see what time that is. I'm showing around like 12 o'clock. 12 to 12:15 Eastern Standard Time. So basically like so somewhere between here and the end of my block. It's actually exactly where I have my block set up at. That's interesting.
That was easy.
Ooh, his voice is getting rough. It's time for some battery changes. All right, guys, I'll see you back here. I'll come back at 11:10. I'm gonna come back a little bit later. Just 'cause I'm kind of leaving kind of late, which is my own fault, but I don't know what you guys thought of that music in the last time I left, but I'm gonna run it again. All right, see you guys in a bit.
All the stuff that we
I am back. That didn't do what it was supposed to do. Let's do a little technical analysis and see what's going on here. Dark pools increasing to 61.07% for the day today. That's going to be up about a little less than a percent. We are at 1.45 million shares being borrowed for the day today. That is up from 457,000. So basically like a million added shares. That's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float down to 16.9%. I'm going to show you something real quick here. Maybe when I go over here, I'll do this. Yeah. Taking a look at options. An hour ago, our highest strike price for volume on the call side was 42 bucks. It's the same. It went from 11.6 to 14.8. On the put side, it went from $40 to the same thing, from 7.7 to 8.6. Getting closer to a 2-to-1 ratio. All right, so this is. Let me show you what I'm going to show you here. I was kind of thinking a little bit more about the whole short share interest thing, and I want to show you guys a definition. And it made me think of this. Let me see if I can find it. I got to try and find the what it is I'm looking for exactly. Okay, here we go. This is what I was looking for. So this is on tradingview.com. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was looking at a different address. This is a powercycletrading.com. What is considered a high short interest ratio? And this is what I want to show you. Short interest as a percentage of the float below 10% indicates strong positive sentiment. Short interest as a percentage of the float above 10% is fairly high, indicating significant pessimistic sentiment. Short interest as a percentage of the float above 20% is extremely high. Now, I've seen it. There's actually another. Oh, here it is. These high ratios may indicate that a company is in trouble. If so, you may want to join the crowd and go short. Or if you think there's no good reason for this company to have a high short interest ratio, you may want to go long to take advantage of the coming short squeeze. And so everybody seems to think that as the short share interest drops down, that the short squeeze is no longer in play. But what I have to say to you guys is that right here, it says here, short interest as a percentage of the float below 10% indicates strong positive sentiment. If the short share interest suddenly starts dropping from a really high ratio of what I would consider to meet this definition of you might want to join the long, take advantage of the coming short squeeze, a drop in the percentage that's heading towards 10% is an indication to me of strength. And it's basically signaling to you that a buying moment in time is going to be happening. So, just kind of based off of everything that you see in here. Now, of course, it does say here that short interest as a percentage of the float above 10 is fairly high, indicating the significant pessimistic sentiment. Well, that's between 10 and 20, right? But the thing is you had 20% high short share interest of the free float, and it's dropping down to some value, and then it starts increasing itself back up. It's a covering. It's a covering of position, or a signal that they're kicking the can down the road. And so that's why we're going to see a price increase incoming, is because they're going to kick this down to about 15-16% like they did. Maybe even more, and then it's going to start to continue to trend back up towards that 20% because they haven't actually covered their synthetic shares that they have that are out there. So this is going to be this is why I keep saying that seeing the short share interest drop like it did is a good thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. So just kind of keep this, look up what it is. Try to figure out the relationship, what short share interest is to volume of the free float, and understanding those relationships and why they happen, why things happen the way that they're happening. And I think you'll have a better appreciation of price movement. And so I just want to kind of touch on that a little bit and just say, like, it's not necessarily a bad thing to see this number dropping and then going back up again, which is what it's doing. So I think it's a good thing. Taking a look at Fidelity orders, we currently have AMC in 8th position with 47% buys to 53% sell ratios. GME not on the list. Borrowed shares for the day today looks like no new borrowed shares in the last hour. So they've borrowed a total of 3.55 million shares, with 4.75 being the number that they had in borrows yesterday. Currently 26,000 in the money calls, options, 88,000 out of the money puts, really high 221,000 out of the money calls. The market's advancing with 4,374 advancers to 2,649 decliners. The market is up 0.07%. Sorry, the Nasdaq is up 0.07%. The Dow Jones is up 0.48, and the S&P 500 is up 0.37. Robinhood is down 0.48. Amazon is down 0.44. Cinemark is breaking even. Doge is up 3.57. GME is down 0.89, and we are up 0.53% for the day today, with a 20-point spread between inflow and outflow. A very abysmal 19.56 million shares traded for the day today, divided by 170 minutes. We are on pace for 44.8 million shares for the day today. So unless we see a turnaround here in volume, midday trading today, it is going to be low volume, which is what's supposed to happen in the bang phase of suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Yesterday's volume was 52.4. We're going to have to see a big increase in volume coming up here towards the end half of the day in order for us to even come close to getting close to that number. My volume prediction for the day today is currently 45 to 65 million. I felt like we saw a slight uptick in pre-market volume. Yeah, so I'm probably going to end up being wrong unless we have a big uptick in volume towards the later half of the day. Taking a look at 1 hour interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. RSI at 47.54. So it's looking good for us on the 1 hour. On the 30-minute, it looks like there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 51.1. And on the 5-minute interval, definitely more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 45.58. So on the short term, it's looking like sell-off. On the midterm, it's looking like sell-off. So yeah, I'd say we have more selling pressure coming, just kind of based off of what I'm seeing right now. This did not do at all what I had expected. I thought we had a pretty strong move towards 41.75, which looked to be a bullish triangle. We broke out earlier than I would have anticipated, going the wrong direction. But what I failed to notice, which I'm just now seeing right now, is this nice little head and shoulder. Totally did not see this earlier, with the trailing shoulder being higher than the leading shoulder, which would indicate a price reduction. And I did not see that earlier. Totally did not see it. So it would explain why it did what it did in price. That was my bad. I see a couple possibilities. Always an opportunity to break out where you have levels of support or resistance. So something kind of like in this area. Also something in this area. And also something in this last area, this last point at where we'd be falling in the wedge here. So I think, actually, let me move these just over slightly. And actually, what's been happening lately is it actually kind of breaks out right in between some of these boxes. But I guess what I would say is that what we have right now essentially is a falling wedge with decreasing volume and decreasing price, which indicates that the price will be moving back upwards here. So it just kind of depends on when it's going to break out here. Is it going to break out this box, this box, this box, or someplace in between? somewhere down this trend path here, we'll see a breakout. Not sure exactly where. You know, it could be the fact that I didn't have Gazer Beam Gary out watching while I was gone. Maybe I should have done that. I wish I could read your name there. Go AMC. Nikki coming through with the with a Bitcoin comment about price rising on Bitcoin. Is this an all-time? Yeah, I think that's an ATH all-time high. Bitcoin hitting an all-time high at 67,000. 67,000. 66.6 per coin. 66,000. The calm before the storm. I agree with what Bondaro said about there being no optimism. The 7,100, 130 plus million shares. We'll see that. And when we do, it's gonna. He's right. We'll see a powerful new high. Yeah, I do too, Bondaro. Even though, even though I have, I want to have a lot of optimism about the stock and everything, I try to look at it from a realist point of view. And pulling back over this graph here again on Market Watch. Let me see what you guys are looking at. Okay, pulling this graph back over here again and looking at this. Again, still not falling within this pattern. So if I pull this back down some more, the price is going to continue to fall here a little bit. It could be as low as 39.50, like you're saying, incoming. So they keep attacking at the right points, and they keep dropping us down here. The path is similar, but not quite the same because they keep short attacking this thing right at the right times, right exactly at the right times. So yeah, price falling. Let me make sure I've got this lined up again. I don't. Yeah, so you got price failure here. Price failure there. Price failure here. Another price failure here. Mostly staying the same. Definitely something happening right here. Yeah, I really feel like they're just attacking this right exactly at the right times to get this down further and further, which lowers the value, the closing value for the end of the day today. You know, it drops us back down to the kind of that 39.51 range that you're talking about. They may be able to let this just run for the rest of the day and not have to do anything at all. Just kind of let it naturally run its course at this point. Let it drop down in value. It'll slowly rise back up, leading to a closing ending price for the day at about $40.92. Maybe 41. Maybe. That's provided they don't try to do anything to try and continue to push this price down. ATH is all-time high. ETH is maybe Ethereum. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what ETH is. Oh, is Ethereum at an all-time too? Oh, I see what you're saying. Man, sometimes I got to read ahead. I just read what you say and then I start looking at things. I'm like, wait, what? Is ETH and ATH? Let's see. ETH. Let's check it out. Ethereum is going to be something different. Let me pull up my phone because I actually don't know what the. I'm sure it shows up as something different. ETH, probably like USA or something like that. Markets, cryptos, ETH USD. I should have figured that's what it was. It's pretty much like Doge and Bitcoin. No, not quite. Getting close though. Super close. 43.83 is the all-time high. It hit 41.37, which was close. It was the second highest high that it's had. So yeah, a run up for sure. Excuse him, he's new to the stock market thing. Oh man, I didn't know what ETH was. I mean, I wasn't thinking about Ethereum at all. I was like, wait a minute, I thought she was trying to relate it somehow to all-time high or something. And then I reread the question. I was like, oh, is it at an all-time high? I get it. Right over the top of my head. SOS, let's see. Save our ships. No. No, save our ships is not an all-time high. I don't know if you're referring to, that's got to be another Bitcoin. So let me try SOS USD. Is that something? Oh, the MYSE. See, I didn't know. You got me. See, I don't know these things. I don't even pay attention. That's the New York Stock Exchange. Yeah, no, I don't even know that. See, that's terrible. New York Stock Exchange is up for the day today. Yes, but not at an all-time high. I honestly don't, I don't even think about these things at all. Like I don't think about these tickers. So like when you go over here and you see that I have SPY up here, you know, Spider, it's the S&P 500. You know, I don't even think of it. I don't even think of it like that. I don't think of it as SPY. I just don't. I don't know why. I just don't think of it like that. SOS is a crap Chinese mining company. You're saying that the NYSE is a Chinese mining company? I don't know. What is SOS? SOS Stock Limited. It's not Chinese. What is this? Is it really? Is it a mining company? I don't know what this is. I've never heard of it before. Is it like it's its own company? I don't even know what this is. It's not the New York Stock Exchange. It's traded on the New York Stock Exchange, but where does it say what it is? Profile probably. Banking investment services. It does say China. What the hell is SOS? Oh, it is crypto. It is cryptocurrency. So they mine cryptocurrency. Okay, got it. Chinese company. Is this the same company that that ran into problems when they had like an energy crisis over there, and they basically told them they had to shut everything down? I feel like I heard something about this before. I don't know. Extra Cash will soon to be American company, just moving headquarters to New York. I got in at 210 and making money. Let's see here. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna comment on it, but let me just look at it real quick here. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not talking about it. I'm not talking about it. Yeah, let's just stick to AMC. How about that? Mm, what is this? 41. I feel like you're saying. Hold on a second. I gotta go back to that real quick. Interesting. I think the other thing that I would look at. So I pulled up SOS on Ortex just a second ago because I wanted to see after that comment that who was it that made AP made. I wanted to check out. I want to check out Fintel now. I'm just kind of curious about something. Screw it. I'll just use this one. Like, see, that's the thing that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would you invest in a company that mines cryptocurrency? Like, what's the benefit out of that? Like, are they really successful at mining cryptocurrency? So just to give you guys an idea, because you're seeing it on probably Ortex, because I probably still have it pulled up on there, but you know, the data that you're seeing right now is for on this. Are you seeing it? Let's see. What you're seeing right now, as far as Ortex data goes, is come on, pull up. Oh, it's not pulling up because it's a different name. That's cool. I didn't know it. Ah, neat. I can pull it up on Ortex and you don't get to see the information because it's called something different. That's kind of cool. So what you can't see is that I'm looking at Ortex on it, and it says that the shares on loan for that SOS is at 41.56. And then what I wanted to see was I went to Fintel to look up institutional ownership on it, and that's currently at 13.1. So you got 13.1 plus the Ortex on loan amount, which was 41.56. Basically putting it really close to 55 million shares, and the outstanding float on it is at 178. So it's got basically a third of it is tied up in either loans or institutional ownership. The bigger part of it being the loans. But this is what I would go to. This is the only thing I'm going to say about this. This is what I would go to. You know, you're saying that it's heavily shorted, but I would say take your average volume, 3-month average volume, divide it by your free float, and see what kind of percentage you come out to. 12 point, what was it? 12.10, 12.1 divided by 178.1. It's only 6.7. The ratio is 6.7% of its entire float is traded per day. That's no better than GME, Cinemark. Yeah, I mean, if you want to say it's heavily shorted, fine, but it doesn't rank any higher than GME or Cinemark. So, I don't know. I quite personally would probably steer clear of something like that. I mean, that's my personal feeling on something like that, but that's just because I think the big plays are going to be your companies that are going to be having a much higher volume ratio to shares that are outstanding. Those are going to be your better plays. There's more damage to be done there. Just saying. Nikki, he mentioned it in an interview. Adam Aaron did mention in an interview that that they are looking into issuing cryptocurrency, but he didn't state that it was a for sure thing. Now they do have. He said in 2 weeks they were going to announce something big, and I'm kind of. It sounds to me that it has to kind of do with movies, but not exactly. So, I'm kind of leaning more towards like gaming events that are going to be held, maybe. But I think, in my opinion, I really think that issuing cryptocurrency through AMC or AMC issuing their own cryptocurrency, I think would absolutely be huge for us, absolutely huge. So Bondaro, did you mean pricing? Piercing? False piercing. Let me check that out. I actually don't know what that is. Oh, maybe it's fake pierce. No, I don't know what that is. Piercing pattern definition. Here we go. A piercing. So I like. Thank you for pointing me in the direction of this because I do like learning new things. A piercing pattern is a 2-day candlestick price pattern that marks a potential short-term reversal from a downward trend to an upward trend. The pattern includes the first day opening near the high and closing near the low with an average or larger sized trading range. It also includes a gap down after the first day where the second day begins trading, opening near the low and closing near the high. The close should also be a candlestick that covers at least half the upward length of the previous day's red candlestick body. So I would assume that this means that you have to go to a daily chart. A piercing pattern features 2 days where the first is decidedly influenced by sellers and where the second day responds by enthusiastic buyers. This is potentially an indicator that the supply of shares that the market participants want to sell has been depleted somewhat and price has been driven down to a level where demand for buying shares has increased and been shown to be evident. This dynamic seems to be somewhat reliable indicator of short-term upward forecast. This is the pattern formation. So if what you're saying is true, the second candle must close above the midpoint of the first candle. This signifies that buyers overwhelmed sellers on this day. So we would have to see today, if I can zoom in on this large enough, we would have to see today trade, I guess the mid, well, see, here's part of the problem. Part of the problem is that this already is defeated. What you're talking about with the piercing pattern is that there is no candlestick on the, or candle wick rather, on the bottom side of this. Meaning we traded on the bottom side of this portion. Like the majority of the volume was on the bottom side of this. So if that's the case, we would need to see a wick in here for this to be, well, at least according to how I'm seeing this on Investopedia, it needs to have a wick on the bottom side, and then this one being about halfway, which would be the case at 41.51. I'm not saying this isn't what this is. I'm just saying that it's not meeting the criteria that I'm seeing that's listed here. Whether or not there's other patterns as well that make up the same thing, I don't know. But, ideally, what this thing is showing me is this right here. And if this was a reversal, I guess if you're trying to say that this is the opposite of that, it's the inverted form of this. Can I flip this? Let me try to flip this. Where's my... So this would be inverted. Inverted, and let's see if I can do inverted and inverse. I can't. You're gonna have to just think of it as an inverse. I don't think I can do an inverse on this. Maybe I can. Oh yeah, I can. There we go. All right, so this is what Bandaro I think is suggesting. But this would be a reversal, so it would actually have to be on the top side. Like if you could flip, I don't even know if you can flip this. I don't even know if you can flip this or not and have this be the same, but you know, it's something that's new to me. I haven't seen this before, so thank you for pointing that out to me. I said I was going to leave early on Wednesday. I kind of talked it over with my wife, and I don't think she really wants to go out today. She wants to wait until Sunday. So I probably won't be leaving early today. By the way, I thought there was a possibility we might go have lunch today, but not the case. But I didn't eat just in case. You know how it is. Sometimes they wake up and then they feel differently. You know, you gotta live on your toes. You never know. Spontaneity. So we didn't respect, in my opinion, we didn't respect this $41.33, which is why we're kind of moving down the ladder here. And I said that if we broke past this 41.33, seeing something like 39.50 could be a very definite possibility. I mean, we do have falling volume, kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of. Falling volume and falling price. I don't know. That might be a stretch. I mean, it's falling volume over the day, and day to day it's falling volume. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to feel like some of these patterns are just like so. I know if Super Stonk's listening right now, he's gonna be like, "Duh," but some of these patterns are just really repeating. Yeah, I know, but it's also easy to manipulate. It's easy for the price to be manipulated both directions with low volume. It's not just one way. Low volume can also mean upwards price movement just as much as it can mean downwards. But you're right. You're 100% right. It's easy manipulated down. Doesn't take much. Let's see what's being said out there. We got about 5 more minutes anyways before I got to look at everything again. Okay, so on Reddit, there's a new push here. If they can't win us over through just telling us that DRS is the way, they feel the need to post pictures of scantily clad women to let us know that that DRSing our shares is the way to go. It certainly makes for interesting viewing. I got to check out this person's post history, not because, for research purposes. For research purposes, I need to go back into the post history here, and I do need to see what kind of posting this person has. This is for research purposes. I do need to know what kind of person this is. Oh yeah, this person is posting the same thing over and over and over, multiple places. Super stonk, AMC stonk, super stonk, multiple times. Pump up the jam CS style. Same exact thing, just multiple times, just hammering. Computer share from Fidelity Experience. This how old is this account? It's got to be older. January 28th. Yep. Guys, guys, I don't even know why. I used to look at this very first thing. I used to go over to people's cake day, right? And I would check it out to see when it was, and it almost told me exactly. I knew exactly who it was when I'd see it, and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, well, okay, this is obviously shill." And their cake day is January 28th, 2021, a day after MOAS of GME. This person created a post. They now have 2,199 karma, and yeah, posting scantily clad women saying, "DRS has me jacked to the tits. We are the catalyst. What are you waiting for?" Um, it doesn't get much more shill than that. It really just doesn't. I mean, this account is it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I'm gonna post it up here so you guys can see. This is I'm gonna post. I'm not gonna post. Just so you guys can see this, some of the kind of stuff that we're having to experience. That's the user account's name now. Maybe this is a real person. Maybe it is a real person. Fine. But based on everything that I'm seeing right here, their cake days January 20th, 2021. That's not a definitive. Yes, this person's a shill. There were legitimately people who created Reddit accounts right after GME started taking off because they got into it. But go in there and look at the posts that they're submitting, and see if that doesn't just reek to you of I'm looking at some more of it. I don't know. I think it's real sketchy. Super, super sketchy. Just saying. Super sketchy. I don't know. I might go back on what I'm saying as far as them completely being a shill account, but it's just I don't know. It's kind of odd. It's a very odd account. Odd account. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'll probably go back on saying that this is definitely a shill account, but um, I used to have fun with accounts like these. I would contact them in a chat message, and then I would try to like pick their brain and see if see if they were trying to convince me that like maybe this isn't such a good, maybe this isn't such a good idea. Are we, why are we still in this kind of thing? And I actually would keep some of those accounts I would talk to those accounts every once in a while, and see what it is that they had to say, because then once I knew it was a shill account for sure, I knew whatever it was that I would ask them their opinion on something, and whatever it was that they were steering me towards, I knew the opposite was probably the right answer. So I actually stopped doing that a long time ago, but I did kind of. Man, this person is toxic at the very least. If you want to win people over to an idea, calling them shill or um, telling them that they're an idiot or something like that, that's just not gonna. It's not gonna help you. It really just isn't. All right, it's 12:03. Let's go over everything. Let's go over it all. And of course, it's not showing Ortex because I'm still stuck on the wrong stock. Let's get the right one in here. Oh yeah, there it is. Traded in the dark pools so far, 61.53% of our shares being traded in the dark pools for the day today. What is that? 65, 66% in Stonko Tracker by the end of the day. It looks like they've returned some shares. They only currently have 439,000 shares being borrowed. Delete that. It was 1.45 an hour ago, less than an hour ago. So about 1 million shares returned. That's going to decrease our estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 16.74%. Highest level of volume on the call strike price is 42. That's where it was an hour ago. It went from 14.8 to 16.5. On the put side, a $40 strike price is still holding up strong. Went from 8.6 to 9.1. Oh, it's still getting close to a 2-to-1 ratio. It's still kind of signaling towards 41 being the closing price for the week, though. Fidelity currently saying AMC dropping down to 9th highest traded stock on their system, with 46% buys to 54% sales. GME was on there early this morning, and they've dropped off since then. I want to ask what you do for a living, Bandaro. It's going through my head now. 1.4. Let's see. What are they borrowing? I don't think they're borrowing any shares this morning. Yeah, no new share borrowing. 18.8 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 83,000 contracts out of the money. Out of the money on the puts, and 228,000 out of the money calls as of right now. Yeah, Bandaro's. I mean, he's showing me some stuff today. That's for sure. Breaking out of the wedge, going down. You know, the only problem is that, you know, the reason that I really felt like we kind of had falling volume, but we really don't. And that might be part of the reason why I'm not getting the call right on this one, because volume isn't really falling. It fell, but then it started to come back up here. And we didn't start this wedge until back here, and you can see we've already come up twice in volume since we were doing the decreasing in volume. So only price was falling. If price is falling and volume is increasing, then you have that's bearish. And I'm just kind of curious. I want to draw something real quick here. I want to see what this does. Where are we at? Markets? Did I read those off? I think I did. Robinhood is down 0.36. Amazon is down 0.69. Cinemark is down 1.04. Doge is up 4.3. GameStop is down 0.54. We are down 0.31. We have an inflow versus outflow of 24 negative. 24 negative. With a total volume of 22.33. Let's see. $39.71 million shares is the pace that we're on now. Oof, that is low. That is super low. That's that pace right there. If we hit that pace, I'm going to be wrong on prediction for the day today, because I've got 45 to 65. So I'm going to be well off. Today's the sleeper day. Today is the sleeper. Still following suck, squeeze, bang, blow though. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow says that volume has to continuously fall until we have our spike out. Price has to remain relatively the same from when we entered into the bang phase, which we are. I mean, we're off by what? We're higher by 60 cents or so. 50, 55, 56 cents. And volume is decreasing. Not day over day, but I mean, today it is day over day, but I'll just put it back up on the screen. Why not, right? Volume went from 67 down to 46, up to 50, down to 50, or up to 52, and then today, might close low. Could close lower than we've had since we started out this new phase in the cycle. So, yeah, I mean, it fits the definition perfectly. And price really isn't moving too far away from our beginning price of 40.07 in this phase. A 1 hour interval. More buying pressure than selling pressure. RSI at 43.49. So we could have a reversal coming up. 30-minute interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 43.93. So there's still room for it to move down in price. On a 5-minute interval, way more selling pressure than buying pressure. Way, way more. With RSI at 34.53. To me, this is, you know what? It's time to pull up the Bollinger Band. It's time to pull up the Bollinger Band because something stinky. Something stinky. Little bit of stinky going on here, but that was probably because of this, which was really stinky. Stinky, stinky. Two stinkies cancel each other out. I don't know. This is starting to. We need to see some more volatility here. I'm with you, Bondar. I really am. I think 39 bucks is a great place to consolidate at. I kind of want to get out of this gray area. If anything, the $40 to $45 range is just it's our kryptonite. It's you can't. It's probably the strongest kryptonite we could possibly face, and until we have enough support to really launch us through that range of price, 40 to 45, I just don't want to see us getting stuck in there. It is probably the strongest area for hedge funds. Out of anything between $0 and $72, 40 to 45 bucks is our worst performing area. It's just so bad. I see so much paper hands in that price range. As Rule coming in with the JMac is such a red flag. I know. I'm telling you, it's a pretty red flag right there. I mean, let's look at it one of two ways, right? Let's say for example that JMac is actually really an ape, right? Let's assume that. Let's make that assumption and err on the side of wrong judgment, and just look at that account and say, is this how you treat people? Is this how you treat people when you want them to understand something? Because if that's how you treat somebody on how you want them, and you want them to understand, then you're a bad teacher. You're not doing, all you're doing is intimidating, and you're doing everything it is that you need to do to try to convince people of something that I don't know. It's bad. It's really, really bad. And I would implore that if you guys want to go about this doing it right, the right way, and when you talk to people, don't be condescending, don't be and I know I come off as very condescending in some of the posts that I put. If you guys go look at my posts, you'll probably see some in there that are kind of condescending. And I get that everybody has their moments and stuff, so I try to check myself before I make comments. But it's way better to be uplifting and try to provide like an alternative viewpoint with good data. That's so much better. And just being condescending and telling people that you're not doing it right if you're not doing this is not the way to educate. It's not going to win anybody over, in my opinion. I don't know. The half naked chick pics might work though. It might win some people over. I don't know, but I think it's kind of funny too. Like, did you notice like I've always wondered what's up with this. Like, if you look at that picture, I notice these kind of things. Did you notice the name tag, or the name that she had on the chain that she was wearing? And did you notice it was flipped backwards, which means that the picture's inverse, which either means that they took a picture in a mirror, or they took a picture and then inversed it through software. And I think it's really kind of funny when people do that. It's like, why would you take a selfie in a mirror when you have a camera that already does that kind of thing? I don't understand. Whatever. Do you see Mr. Manipulator? I think he's already here or somewhere around here. Mr. Manipulator? Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused. Do you see Mr. Manipulator? Hold on a second. I feel like you're trying to speak code to what it is that I'm saying, or what it is that we're seeing with price. Let me zoom out here a little bit and see if I see what it is that you're talking about. I mean, as far as stair stepping the price down right now, I mean, it's pretty bad. Look at the volume just drop off too. So this is one of the things that I feel like I see. When you see volume, when you see this attack like this really blatant attack like this, and then you see volume just drop off completely, it's kind of it's a multiple of things. They create a lot of volume by trying to push the price down to suppress some of the buying action, and so that's why you see some of the that's why you see the volume start spiking up like this. And so this is manipulation kind of pushing this down. But when you see volume just drop off all of a sudden, that's kind of a release. It's like they kind of let it rest for a second to see if the market will pick up on its own, to see if it'll continue to drop the price without them having to do anything. So, and in some cases, buying pressure starts kicking in and it starts going back up, and that's, if it goes too far, then they start attacking some more, and they continuously attack it down and down and down and down and down until the hopes is that the market will start to sell off because it can't support the levels. People can't support holding any longer. So I think maybe what Bandaro is trying to say here is that when they do stop, if we didn't see price start increasing and volume remaining the same, then what he's saying is that the market's not really into a buy period, right? The market's not going like, okay, yeah, let's go, we're done selling. The market's not saying that. The market's saying, are you done yet? Because I'm not going to start buying until you're done. I feel like that's what it's saying. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what you're saying essentially. See, and now volume's starting to spike again as they start to attack the price down some more. So yeah, I see Mr. Manipulation here. Definitely. Well, we might just make that that 39.50. Was it 39.50? Yeah, pretty close to it. Let me just check something out here real quick here. 5 minute 39.37. Bondero, I think it was you the other day or somebody, I don't remember who it was, but they thought like, will we see this 39.37 again as we're going up in price? And I really didn't think we would. And that's why it makes this really hard for me to. I mean, we still haven't seen it yet, but we're heading that way. Yeah, I see it. It really is good. It really is good at, I have to say, guys, like as far as like these algorithms working to do what it is that they're supposed to do as far as making investors scared, I have to hand it to them. I mean, they've got these things dialed in. They've really got them dialed in well. But, um, you know, unfortunately for them, we're in a different position. We're not really looking at this the same way that we used to look at things. So we're not all just running away as soon as we see this, but we are getting bored. At the very least, we're getting bored. Well, 40-30 will be the test here. Yeah, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Oh, you know what? Did I ever get I never changed. I just noticed that I never changed any of our price predictions for the day today. So let me go ahead and do that. I know this is going to throw you guys off. Just give me a second while I adjust everybody's numbers. I should have done it this morning. I completely forgot. It'd be a lot easier if I just do this. Let's see, Duncan 37.8. Son of a gun, did I just move that? I'm deleting it. I have no idea where it was. I'm going to create some new Fibonacci's. I'm destroying everything. Destroy! We're going to just destroy it all. It's all in my way. Okay, my price prediction is 39.5. With an upper of 42.5. And remember, I was hedging off of $41. 40.80. Where's my other numbers? Okay. There we go. We're all dialed in now. Now I want to build like a new Fibonacci retracement, and we'll just do, we could probably just do today. Looks good. We'll do today, and we'll do something a little bit lower. $1.49 trillion reverse repo for the day today. 49th trillion in a row. That was posted by my good old friend JD Ruckus. I say that because him and I have gotten into it a couple times, but I've gone to him for support since then, so we've made up. When it came to share dilution, him and I did not see eye to eye. we got into it. We had a bit of a spat, and but we've made up since then, so that's good. let me ask you guys a question. Hypothesis time. What do you think would be the result of people selling? Let me see how I want to word this. If people sold shares of AMC and people sold shares of GME and they flip-flopped, what would happen? Obviously, we would see an influx. Not everybody, but let's just say like 10% of the population flip-flopped. Obviously, the GME population could afford probably more shares of AMC than AMC could afford of GME. So you would probably, what would you see in price? What would happen to them? Would the hedge funds be using the shares and then manipulating the price on top of that so you'd have down days? I just saw a post on Reddit that made me kind of wonder, like, what would happen if people actually did swap from one stock? Because the post said extreme. This is extreme. Ask 5041 said, if AMC holders selling the stock and buying GME is why if AMC holders are selling the stock and buying GME, why is AMC up and GME flatlined? Which they obviously posted that 2 hours ago, so it's not necessarily the case anymore. But I was just kind of hypothesizing in my head what would be the net result of people leaving GME to go to AMC and people leaving AMC to go to GME. I wonder what that would look like. Would the hedge funds be able to manipulate into the dark pools the trades and then just cause both of the stocks to fall in price, even though they're both receiving buying pressure? I don't know. I like having little brain exercises like this. It's like I'm just kind of thinking out loud. I'm not I'm not by any means suggesting anything like this at all. Just saying, I like to think out loud. Sometimes I should just hold my thoughts to myself. Wow. Okay, so we have an ovaries pattern. More thoughts keeping to myself. This is kind of a weird pattern. I don't think I've seen this before. Oh, I didn't know this, so I just learned something new. Have you guys ever heard of the scoop pattern? I have not. I did not know what this was. This is called a scoop pattern. I'm gonna pull this back over here in case you guys don't know what that is. This pattern right here with a little scoop at the end, this is called a scoop pattern. And you can see that same scoop pattern. Where was it? I think it's maybe kind of this one as well. And there's the scoop right there. Let me check this out. So I'll take a picture of it. Actually, I'll just give you a link to it. If you guys want to look at it. Come on. There we go. But this is in case you guys didn't want to look at it. This is the scoop pattern here. This pattern right here that we had back in May, it's called a scoop pattern. Relatively flat trading handle is the prelude of a scoop pattern breakout. Handle flat trading. I need to read up on this, guys. Give me a second here. The scoop pattern has very specific results. It can be easily identified by a relatively flat trading area prior to a pullback. A scoop pattern does not have a simple scanning formula. It is usually easily identified upon simple candlestick signal scans. The scoop portion of the pattern usually shows up upon seeing a candlestick signal being confirmed. At that time, it becomes merely a visual recognition of the price history. A flat trading range followed by a pullback, followed by a bullish signal confirmation. Taking advantage of the expectations built into a scoop pattern allows an investor to have time to set up for the appropriate entry strategies. Interesting. So the unfortunate thing that I haven't pointed out yet that I'm sure Bandar is going to say here in any minute is that we have a bearish triangle formation happening with a breakout looking like very close to the end of the day. I mean, this edge is slightly lower here, but it's pretty close. 40.32 and 40.30. I mean, it's not far off. Yeah. Is this a repeat of yesterday? No. It's different. Hmm.
It's worth a lot more than $6 today. He said, try to imagine. He goes, I'm not saying I'm Jeff Bezos, but try to imagine that's where AMC is going to go. I'm going to change stuff. I'm going to innovate. And, you know, I believe him. I think he's very smart. You look at the moves he's doing. It's really smart how he's trying to fight to survive. And, you know, I will say this. No other CEO, I think, in America was dealt the sort of hand that he was dealt, given the pandemic and streaming. I mean, that's a 1-2 punch. Yeah. And he's still kicking now. Part of it is based on the apes. And he acknowledges that. But he's just not sitting there on his hands.
Well,
you know? And,
I don't know if you heard, Charlie,
the stock price.
but we had Jamie Rogozinski, who founded the Wall Street Bets Reddit room, at the top of the show. He is insulted by the SEC's indication in the report, which I have right here, which basically blows off the apes' efforts and the fact that they chased a lot of shorts away, and the fact that you know, AMC is up 1,865% year to date.
And by the way, I read the report. I don't know if that guy read the report. This is what the report really said about the apes, and Adam would agree with this, I think. There is no short squeeze in AMC. If you want to go and you want to buy this stock because you believe the mother of all short squeezes are coming and it's gonna explode, you're probably just throwing money away. If you want to support the company because you like the company and you think Adam's a great CEO, that's another thing. But that whole short squeeze notion did not play out really in the meme stock. By the way, that report also said that this notion of naked shorting is a bunch of malarkey.
But Charlie, let me read you a line from the report.
But they shot down
Let me read you a line from the report.
Another.
The report says, the media characterized trading in GameStop as an act of rebellion intended to humble short-selling professional investors who had allegedly targeted the stock. What part of 130% of the float being shorted at GameStop is alleged? I mean, that to me is right away skewed.
What is it? No. What does that mean? Liz, and people need, I'm not saying you, but maybe you too, you need to understand how markets work. By the way, one share
What part
of
of
stock
130%
can
of a
be shorted
float
multiple
shorted
times.
is alleged?
Well, what do you mean? Why do you care whether it's alleged or not?
Well,
I mean, is
that's a
it
loaded
material
word.
to what
The
you do
SEC
report?
is saying that allegedly
The whole
complaints.
report is a loaded. The whole report is a loaded word. If you
Okay.
read what they said, I think this was one of the strongest. It's the strongest part of the report. What they said was the conspiracy theory, and this is after tons of analysis. And by the way, Gary Genzer would want stop screaming in my ear. Gary Genzer would like
I'm not saying anything.
to crack down on it. I'm just telling you this. That report shot down every conspiracy
Yeah, but
theory.
it pumped up the
That being
gamification,
said,
acting
that
like
being
these
said-
retail investors are
But-
stupid and they're distracted by shiny
Oh, no,
objects.
it didn't. It didn't.
Yes,
it said
it
they
did.
like to stop. Stop it. I read the thing twice.
So did I. I have it right
Did you
here.
read the report?
Okay, now I'm getting yelled at.
Well, just because you have it right here doesn't mean you read it.
Oh, okay.
Go back to
Okay,
Aaron
yeah.
and Arrow. Just keep
yeah.
keep looking at what Adam's going to do because he's going to be making news in the next couple of weeks. And have Rogan on this show.
Charlie Gasparino live from Beverly Hills in the middle.
I've already seen that, but man, that makes me laugh. I don't know if you guys can hear that very well, but that makes me laugh. She made fun of him as he was like stuttering. Thuh, 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 thuh. Oh man, that was funny. He didn't know what he was gonna say next. And he thuh, 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 thuh. Oh man. That was hilarious. Did you guys see that? That was pretty funny. Especially that last part. Priceless. Absolutely priceless. Yeah, I can feel the sentiment of what's happening right now. Like I can feel the psychological power of what's happening today. I'm just kind of going through like all the different Reddit posts and whatnot, and like you know, I can see everybody's just kind of like in a waiting for stuff to happen. We're in a waiting phase. How many of you raise your hand if you think they borrowed more shares in the last hour? Show of hands. Actually, it's on the screen for you to see. I don't even know why I just said that. Let me refresh it, make sure it's up to date. Yep, you'd be right, Crazy Peppy. No new shares lent as of yet. All they borrowed for the day today is 3.55 million. And look at the volume, 24.76. I can totally understand why. It'd be easy for people. They just got done talking in that article. Looking for shiny things on the side of the road. If the attention's taken away. This is why Adam Aaron speaking yesterday was probably not that bad of a thing. It was a good thing. It's putting us back in the news again. Speaking of news, let me check and see where we're at. Let's see if we have any AMC news showing up right now. Seeking Alpha has an article 22 hours ago saying AMC Entertainment buying is riskier than shorting at this point. Buying is riskier than shorting at this point. That's funny. Your hand went up, Mom. You got it wrong. It looked like they may have borrowed some shares, but let's see. What is Ortex showing? Yeah, Ortex actually shows that they've returned some shares. No new borrowing, and they've returned a few shares. About 8 minutes more, guys. 8 minutes more, and we'll do another technical analysis. I gotta stand up and stretch. My back's kind of getting tight today. Man. Whew. Sometimes you gotta stretch and move a little bit. Get that blood flowing again to the extremities. Shake the legs a little. Make sure the blood's pumping. I need some water. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to walk away real fast here and grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. I use, what do I use? Zero water. I use zero water. What do you guys use? Brita, what is it? What do you guys use for water filtration? I use zero water. Man, I'll tell you what, every time I change out one of those filters, it's night and day difference. I love the zero water. I can't help but feel like sometimes though that it's filtering out some of the well, maybe it's not well, I guess it could be minerals. Faucet water? And then you said just kidding, bottled water? Like what kind of bottled water do you drink specifically? Like are you dead set on like a specific bottled water, or do you like have like a favorite one? I noticed that like we went to my wife went to Costco this last week, and she said that there was like people buying water bottles at the wazoo this last weekend. So I'm just kind of curious, like, is it like just any water bottle that you like, or is it like a specific brand? I've never really been into bottled water too much myself. I do like, yeah, whichever one. I do like, is it sparkling? Sparkle? What is that? Way back in the day, they used to have those trucks that would drive around that had like, it have like green reflective things on the truck. Sparklets, maybe? Yeah, sparklets. I think that's it. Yeah, sparklets. My godfather used to do sparklets, and whenever I go over his place, I'd get some of the water that he had there, and oh, it was so good tasting. Then I had a friend after he got out of high school. I don't really know how it all exactly worked out, but somehow he managed working for Sparklets, and he told me that they would literally fill their containers with tap water from a spigot that was inside their manufacturing facility. And he said he didn't think that there was any kind of filtration system set up to it whatsoever, which I found that to be quite hilarious. I don't know if it was true or not, but well, let's see if they're gonna try and attack this back down once it hits the top side of this wedge here. I call that a wedge. It's a triangle. I'm using the bottom side of this 4030 here as the bottom side. Any bottled water that's on sale. Because I know there's some people who are like really picky about the bottled water that they get. You know, like if it's not Dasani, or I don't know what the names are exactly, but if it's not their specific brand, they just don't want to drink it. Sandy, you're in Arizona. What part of Arizona are you in? Bullish hammer candle on 1 hour. Let's check it out. North Scottsdale, no kidding. I was just there not too long ago. I was totally over there. Well, actually, I wasn't. Actually, I kind of was. We stayed at the. Well, no, North Scottsdale's on the far side over there. No, we were we were in South Phoenix. I shouldn't say we were over there. We were over. Me and my son were over in that general direction not too long ago. I used to live in Peoria for quite a few years. What did you say it was again? It's a bullish hammer candle. I'm not really good with camel. I think I might have been thinking about Camelback Mountain when I said that. I'm not good with candlesticks, candlestick analysis. Let me just check this out. I feel like we'll see it better on like the 5 minute instead of the 1 hour. Like I feel like what you're saying here with the bullish hammer candlestick. Like I feel like this is probably shows it a little bit better. But I see what it is that you're talking about. Price decline, right? Followed by a hammer with a long lower, a long lower shadow. Not this one. I don't know. That is interesting though. And then confirmation of price reversal to the upside would be something that would maybe look like this kind of. So on that page, does that show it on the page here? I don't see it. You said on the 1 hour, right? Maybe this one right here is what you're talking about. Maybe. I'm not really seeing it all that well. Unless you're talking about this. I feel like you're talking about this though. Well, it's time to do technical analysis anyway, so let's see what you guys wrote. George Sevier, I'm using Webull, in case you're wondering what I'm using. This is for AMC. Welcome to the channel. In the description box in there's a lot of really good information. In fact, I forgot to change something. I actually have one question I forgot to put back into the description box. Let me put it back in there. I put in a bunch of names. Shout outs to all the new people to the channel. And let's see if I can save that. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's some good stuff in the description box. Check that out. It kind of tells you about who I am, what I know, what I feel like I have to offer. Let me look at TradingView real quick, Amanda. And then Zach, hi guys. How long do you think we will go today? How low do you think we'll go today? And Andrew saying, Andrew, welcome to the channel as well. Puts go burr until 37-ish. I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like 39.50. However, I do feel like we're kind of working on what appears to be, anyways, to me is, it appears to me like we have a bit of a bearish triangle formation. We'll see what happens here. If it does break outside the top of this, then I'm just wrong. But you know, I feel like we've supported about $40.30 twice today, and it does tend to look like we have, which is this lower line right here, which does look like, you know, I think we might be seeing a push down to like maybe 39.50, possibly. We'll have to see what happens, but what was I going to do? Oh yeah, technical analysis. On the hour, every hour I do technical analysis. I'm a little late, I'm behind by about 7 minutes right now, so let's go ahead and take a look at everything. I'm going to switch you guys over to the other page while I refresh some of the screens. Y'all, can you say hi to our new guests? Give them a warm welcome. Okay, trading in the dark pools for the day today. You know, there's a lot of information on this page here, guys. I understand for those of you who are new to the page. At the very top, I guess I'll kind of do a little explaining since we have a couple new people, it seems like. So, price prediction tallies, it's just for fun. It's me and 3 other guys. We all kind of do price predictions each day, and then we do a tally for each person, for each day that you get the price prediction correct, and it's a $3 range. And then we tally up the points. We all missed yesterday. Every single one of us missed yesterday. I think we were all a little bit more bullish than we should have been. But Monday, myself and Adam both got a point. So, and then below that is the True Demon MOAS trigger indicators, which shows kind of like what our targets are for, you know, a MOAS indicator. When those hit, we're probably already going to know that we're in a MOAS. I kind of want to lower those down a little bit so that you know that you're getting close to MOAS instead of just it's definitely triggered. But yeah, anyways, we're not hitting any of those indicators quite yet. So, but we'll get there. Dark pool is currently showing right here next to my head that I point to. That's from chartexchange.com, and you have 62.13% traded in the dark pool for the day today. Stonko Tracker will probably report that at around 66 to 67, depending on whatever the differences are between the two. But borrowed change amount for the day today is currently at 207, just down below me with today's changes, live updates. This is Ortex data. 207,000 shares currently borrowed for the day. We were at 439,000 earlier, an hour ago. So the borrowed amount is lowering, which is going to lower our estimated current short share interest of the free float, which is at 16.7%. In the top right-hand corner, that's Fintel data that shows you our institutional share long positions. The 4th item down, shares outstanding, institutional shares, all that kind of good stuff is right there. Underneath that is Max Payne. Pretty much just kind of watching that. That's at $40 for the day today. And taking a look at a current volume on the call side, it looks like the highest level of volume currently at $42. It's the same as it was an hour ago. It's gone from 16.5 thousand contracts to 19. The put side, highest level of volume is currently at $40. The same thing it was an hour ago. It's gone from 9.1 thousand contracts to 10.7. Getting ever so close to a 2-to-1 ratio on volume. Still have a $2 spread between call and puts, highest levels of volume, which puts us at kind of like signaling towards a $41 closing price for the end of the week. For now. Going to the main page. On Fidelity, AMC is currently 10th position with 45% buys to 55% sales in orders. GME, probably not back on the list again. Not there. Okay, GME is still not on the list, which is a shame. Stonka Tracker currently showing shares borrowed in the last hour being zilch. Let me just refresh this one more time just to make sure. Yep, zilch. Nada, nothing. No new shares borrowed. 18.8 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 83,000 contracts out of the money on the puts, 228,000 contracts out of the money on the calls. New guys are here. I'm going to say it. You know, I'm going to preach it, guys. Here it comes. If you're playing options and you don't win 80 to 90% of the time, stop being a player and become the house. And the way you do that is you start buying shares instead. That's how you're going to be a winner. Be a winner, be the house. Don't be a player. Like my wife likes to say, no players, no game. Taking a look at the market, we have more advancers and decliners. There's 4,223 decliners to 2,793. Did I just say that wrong? There's 4,223 advancers to 2,793 decliners. The Nasdaq is down 0.1. The Dow Jones is up 0.44, and the S&P 500 is up 0.34. Robinhood is down 0.82%. For those of you who are new to the channel, I'm going to tell you why I have these on here. This is primarily an AMC channel. I don't really like looking at other stocks. I'll pull up information for you. I definitely want to provide information. If I can be of service in providing information to you, perfect. That's what I'm here for. If you want my opinion on what other stocks look like, I'm not going to give it because quite honestly, I think AMC is the only play in my opinion. So that's my opinion. We're entitled to have our own opinions. Robinhood, the reason I have it on here is because I just like seeing them burn. They are currently at negative 0.74%. Amazon, I'm watching Amazon because I believe it's the heartbeat of America as far as retail goes. You want to know how America's economy is going? You'll take a look at Amazon and see how Amazon is doing. They are down negative 0.84% for the day today. Cinemark. Why am I watching Cinemark? Because it's our competitor. If you want to know how your company is doing overall compared to the rest of the market, you should know what your competitors are doing. Cinemark is on the page for negative 1.11% down for the price for the day today. Dogecoin. It is the Dogecoin is I get a kick out of this every time I say it. Dogecoin is the blue collar cryptocurrency of America. I don't know if it's of the world. It might even be of the world. I'm not sure. But at least for America, it's the blue collar cryptocurrency. Sitting at 25 cents a crypto. It's real good and easy to figure out how probably the rest of the crypto market's going just by kind of looking at Doge. It's not like the biggest indicator for the rest of the crypto currency, but when it has big moves, people usually start playing to it. Retail does. But we also know that it's used for pump and dump, so it's a good thing to just kind of monitor. GME. Why are we watching GME? Of course we know why we're watching GME. It's the OG. We're tied to this thing. We're married stocks. It's important to watch. It's the fundamental from everything that we've experienced. And quite frankly, in my opinion, we've modeled what we've done with AMC with what happened to GME. So there they are at negative 0.66% down, and we are up 0.18% for the day today. We are ever so close to hitting the top of this triangle formation here, and it looks like we want to try to break out of this and prove me absolutely wrong on this bearish triangle pattern. We'll continue to watch that and see what happens. Our inflow versus outflow. We currently have more outflow than inflow, even though we're up. I get kick out of this every time. Let's see, we got 11% plus 16, so 27% negative $27 million more dollars going out than coming in, and yet we're up. Go figure. Volume. Volume is sucking today. Volume is a big old pooper on the screen. 25.97. I'm just going to call it 26 million shares traded for the day today. So far, divide that by, let's see, what do we got? 95 minutes left. Is that right? Okay, so 295. We are on an average pace for 34.3 million shares traded for the day today. Now, for those of you who are new to this channel, this is very uncommon for me. Well, I shouldn't say very, but it's I'd say at least maybe like I get it right probably 85% of the time. So more often than not, I'm getting volume correct. Today, not so much. Our pre-market data led me to believe, and I make predictions at about 7 o'clock in the morning. So, and that's Central Standard Time. So like I make my prediction, what is that? 7 would be 8 Eastern Standard Time, so an hour and a half before market open. And today I predicted 45 to 65 million shares traded for the day. We're more than likely going to be much, much lower than that. And pre-market was not looking like that. They've done an excellent job in decreasing volume for the day today overall. It's just not been there. The volume has just not been there. But I want to say the fact that AMC is still on the list of the top 10 most heavily traded Fidelity stocks says a lot, right? Like, I mean, our volume is so low, and yet we're still one of the most highest traded stocks in all of Fidelity. So that says something. Taking a look at a 1 hour interval, we have our Vortex index is crossing over, so we're having way more buying pressure going on than selling pressure. RSI is at 46.63, so there's plenty of room to move up. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 48.67, so plenty of room to move up. And on a 5-minute interval, crossed over about 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, 5 to 10, somewhere around there. And RSI at 53.59. We're going to break outside the top side of this bearish triangle that I tried to insinuate was going to happen. I mean, I don't know. Anytime it does something like this, to me, it kind of means that there's a bigger picture that I'm missing. I'm missing some bigger picture. So what is it? I didn't want to say this earlier. I really didn't want to say it, but it's really looking like it. You know what it is. You see it already. I'm sure you do. The only problem I have with this is that the time frame doesn't look quite right. You know, because I really feel like that's a day's worth of data right there. I guess, let's see. If we take out the aftermarket hours, right, we get rid of everything, it's probably will be a lot easier to see just because it's so big. But you got yourself what appears to be a head and shoulder formation kind of forming right now. So if we see price rise back up to, say, 41.35, kind of hold for a little bit and then come back down, we could be completing what would be a head and shoulder pattern that's at least since the 15th. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5-day trading pattern. So we'll see what happens. I'm not going to add, I'm going to go back to extended hours and put it back in there, but yeah. I think what I'm trying to say with the extended trading hours is that I think that if you take out this sidewards trading action that basically nothing happens here at the top, then your top ends up looking like it's supposed to look. Your top of the head. So we'll see. What was the price again? Yeah, we really already have the formation actually. The pattern would just complete at the end of the day today. Which was this triangle, bearish triangle that I was trying to point out. So we'll see what happens. I'm hoping we really kind of avoid this spot right here. I'll go ahead and draw a box on it, but oh, I already do have a box there. Just kidding. I'm going to leave that box there. And I'm going to get rid of this line. I really don't want to see us hit that box by the end of the day. I think that would be bad. All right, coming back to what you guys are saying here. A lot of words. Words are so unnecessary. They can only do harm. Let's see. Lower lows on 30-minute chart. 1.4 million available to short. If you had to, would you put puts or calls on AMC? I would do neither. I would do neither. I certainly wouldn't do puts. I certainly wouldn't do puts. And for me personally, calls are not an option. Just because if you're not active, like I said, if you're not actively winning on calls, like 80-90% of the time, then you should probably stop. Yeah. I really just want to see us avoid this box. Unfortunately, if we hit this box, then we're probably looking at some downwards movement. I mean, we have a head and shoulders basically it's been forming since the 15th. If that's the case, then pulling back out on this and trying to figure out where we go to. We probably test like 36 bucks. Maybe a little less. It could be as low. It could be as high as 37.75. I'd have to go back and take a look at some of the other head and shoulders to see what kind of price retraction we've had off of head and shoulder movements in the past, like this one right here. Let's see, how many days was this again? This is over 1, 2, 3, 4 day pattern. So this one's much bigger here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 day pattern, but this is a much smaller pattern right here on top of it of head and shoulders. But how far down did that go? Devil horn spikes with a head and shoulders, but the shoulder is part of the devil horn spikes. That's gonna be retraction down to maybe here 38. I'm gonna go with 38-ish. which is completely normal, right? What did I say a while ago? You know, with the whole idea behind suck, squeeze, bang, blow, the bang period can be, you know, priced relatively the same, right? And I said somewhere around $2 to $3, you know, somewhere in that range. And you know, we went into this phase, the bang phase, at $40.07. So 38 is definitely inside that range, you know, and volume is drying up. So this could be, you know, this is, to be honest, you guys should be really jacked. I know it sounds like I'm giving you bad news, but let me show you, you know, this is what we could be looking at with volume drying up today and giving us something around in the range of between 30 and 35 million shares for the day today. What you end up having is you have volume drying up, perfect textbook example of the bang phase, and price moving downwards, still relatively the same. And so what you'd be looking at is possibly tomorrow being a down day, pushing us down to around the $38 mark, and then Friday like well, I want to say a blow up on Friday, but I don't know. It'll probably trade sideways a little bit. Might be Friday and Monday. But yeah. This is completely within the parameters. Completely. So I don't see anything abnormal here. Yeah, I'm getting 30. I know I said $38, Bondaro, but you know, 37.50 is really close. I mean, I'm looking at it right here, and you know, 37.78 is kind of like the lower amount right here. It could be, I don't want to say it's going to get down to this 36 point, but somewhere maybe in between, which could be 37.50. I could go with that, but you know, I'm going to say 38 for now. I might be estimating a little high. You could be more right. Do I have my box still? Where did my box go? There it is. Bring in Gary to help. Remove the box. If there's no box, we can't possibly move. Yeah, I'm totally with you, Vandar. I'm on board. I'm on board. I'm riding this train. I'm riding this train with you. It will be a pretty strong rip. Hopefully we rip breakout, and then the head and shoulders will be invalid. I mean, you know, if we do complete, so here's the deal, right? We do complete the head and shoulder pattern. We move down into that $38 range, right around here-ish, 37.50, 37.38. We'll just say that 37.38 range, right down in here. We complete the pattern. You know, moving down in price tomorrow, and then we move into Friday. We might have a little bit of consolidation or kind of like a cooling off period. I guess I might want to call it like a cooling off period, you know, and then some sideways trading on Monday, moving into like a huge springboard, kind of going into like Tuesday, Wednesday kind of time frame. So yeah, I mean, I told you guys, you know, 2 weeks. I really thought maybe this Friday, but we still have next week to go to. So it's not bad. It's not bad. Even Stockmaster came in here, and I'm pretty sure he said pretty much the same thing. Like he thinks there's going to be one more dip before we see rip. I didn't really necessarily agree, but now that I'm seeing this data right here, I'm leaning more towards that's probably the likelihood of it. So you know, a good chance to buy some shares in our near future before moving into some higher highs. That'll be really exciting. We did hit. What do I want to say about this? I want to say that at 44. All right, so I'm going to bring up my my tracking chart. We did hit a new high of 44. our current price, well, in order to get, I already have 38 listed on here. It's kind of funny that I have it listed on here. But if we get to, let's say we get to 37, that is really getting close to a synthetic price failure. And that's the kind of thing that we see. Synthetic price failures are things that we see hedge funds do to try and bleed off investors before moving upwards into more positive numbers. So it's getting close. It's not quite enough. It would have to get as low as 30, probably 35.50 in order for it to be 35.75. Yeah, we probably would have to dip as low as 35.75 in order for it to be an actual synthetic price for me to consider it a synthetic price failure, where the hedge funds are synthetically dropping the price and they just kind of stair step their way down to that value. So we would have to hit around 37.75 for me to count that. If that happens, we're going to some new highs. It'll be like 70-80% increase in price, probably. You know, somewhere around there. Kind of similarly to what we saw back here. Oh wait, you can't see. Oh yeah, okay, good. You guys can see it. It is time for me to take a break, guys. So I'm going to take a break, and I will see you guys back here at 2:10. I'm going to be 10 minutes late. I'm doing everything 10 minutes late today. So I'll see you guys back at 2:10. Let's see. Andrew's saying the MACD crossing on the 3-hour chart to the downside? Question mark. I don't know. I don't monitor MACD very much. I really don't like that indicator. I know so many people talk about MACD. It's just not one of my favorites. 3-hour, let's see. I don't even have 3-hour on here. Let's look at 2-hour. And the MACD already is crossed over on the 2-hour. 4 hours. I don't know. 3-hour. I don't see the 3-hour. I don't have it listed here. I guess I'm not even sure how to change that on here. Is there a way for me to? Son of a gun. What did I do? Oh, you know what? I think I can change it right here. Length. Wait, let me make sure I've got it set up on the right day or the right time frame. Let's see, this is week. Let's look at 2-hour. Go to settings. Yeah, I kind of figured you were looking at TradingView when you said that, because I know that 3-hour is not on here. We can hold on a second. I'm really trying to transition over to TradingView if I can, because I do like TradingView, and I think it has a lot. Like I've been maintaining for a while now that watching using Webull is like using an iPhone, but using TradingView is like using an Android phone. A lot more options. Let's see here. So let me see MACD indicators, and then I search MACD. Where are you at? Oh, there we go. And then I need to go to 3-hour. 3 hours. Yep, it crossed over, but it looks to me like it might be heading back to crossing over again. So yeah. 36 to 37 before the big move up. Well, that would fall in line with a synthetic price failure. It'd fall real close to in line with it. I'm gonna get rid of that though. I don't want it. No offense, no offense, man. I cringe at MACD. I don't know why. I have such a hard time with it. And I know how heavily so many people use it. I like Vortex Index. I see it so much better. All right, I got to go to break. I got to go to break and eat something because my wife is up and I'm hungry. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go for a little bit here. I will be back again, like I said, at 2:10, and we'll do a toast to the end of the day. Not a problem. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to show data. I'll see you guys on the other side. I'm gonna leave you guys with a little bit of music here.
Care will never leave all the stuff that we said, all the stuff that we told, all the stuff that
All right, guys, I'm back. Sure enough, go to break, get a rise in price. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I really feel like this is like some unusual pattern formation going on. It's not very typical for us to see these kind of arching moves. It's just kind of very unusual. Anyways, just I didn't even yeah. Ice cream cone. All right. I had some wonderful homemade, well, homemade kind of sort of made gyros for break. And my wife cooked up for me, and so toasting to tzatziki sauce, because you know, what would a gyro be without tzatziki sauce? So that's what the toast is going to be today. Good food and tzatziki sauce. Good stuff. I think I'm saying it right. If I'm not saying it right, correct me if I'm wrong. Anyways, cheers to tzatziki sauce. Yeah, double top forming, very possible. Sure looks like a part of an ice cream cone though, doesn't it? Like on its side, you got the cone and then your ice cream right here. Looks like something else too, but I'm not saying what it is. When I used to live in California, there's a power plant. I'm trying to think what the name of the power plant is. It's north of San Diego. Whenever you drive by it, we always used to call it the Dolly Parton Memorial. Yeah. Anyways, good times. Let's see. Let's do a little technical analysis. Since I'm obviously completely here in the head. Let's check out what we got. Okay, did I update this already? Refresh. I think I might have already done this, but I'll do it again. Oh, I got hit with the old 1-2 punch. Logging back into Fidelity. Okay. Dark pools, 62.33% traded in the dark pools today. It's going to be about 67%. 469 nice borrowed shares for the day today. We were at 207,000 shares borrowed earlier. 469 now. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 16.75%. The highest level of volume still at $42 for the calls with 20.4. So it's gone from, in the last hour, it's gone from 15.7 to 20. I'm sorry, 19 to, what did I say? 20.4. Oh man, my thing's just, yeah, 20.4. From 19 to 20.4. On the put side, it was $40 an hour ago. It's still $40. It went from 10.7 to 11.9. Still just hovering underneath that 2-to-1 volume ratio, with 41 still signaling as the signal for the closing price, I guess. I want to kind of say for the day today. I'm not really sure if I should say for the week or for the day, because I really feel like that's, with your current day volume, it's really more for the day. Your open interest is probably for the week. And so if we were to say that about open interest, it would be 41.5. Open interest is signaling for 41.5. Today's signaling for 41. Fidelity, AMC moving from 10th to 9th position with 44% sale or buys to 56% sales. Atrocious. XBL Adocious. No Jaimeeshealinghand at all. Nothing. Come on, Jimmy, get back on the list. Get your volume up. Get those shares out of that DRS. Get your volume right up instantly. Total amount of shares having been borrowed for the day today has not changed. Oh wait, there's a change here. What was it? Oh, a borrowing of 100 shares. Okay. The fee has gone down. I don't really talk about the fee a whole lot, but the harder it is to borrow, the higher the fee gets. So the fee kind of dropped here. It looks like I should probably take note of that. I don't really pay too much attention. In the money calls, 18.8 thousand contracts, 83.2 out of the money contracts on the put side, 83.2 thousand, 228,000 out of the money calls. And again, if you're playing, I'm not going to say it. I'm not saying it. I'm toasting. It's the end of the day. Advancers to decliners, 4,172 to 2,867 decliners. NASDAQ is down 0.06. The Dow Jones is up 0.4. And the S&P 500 is up 0.32. Robinhood is currently up 0.6. Amazon is down 0.67. Cinemark is down 0.2. Doge is up 6.4. GME is down negative 0.92, and we are up 0.24. Kind of just breaking even for the day today. Yet 225, 6, 26 point spread. I don't know. It shocks me every time, and I don't know why. I should just be used to it. 26 point spread, more outflow than inflow, and yet we're up in price. We'll see if that continues. But 28.52 million shares traded for the day today. I want to go back in history, and I'm going to take a look at something with that in just a second here. But let's figure out how many shares or how much, what our volume is going to be, kind of like closing out the day here. $31.6 is looking like what our volume is going to close for the day. I hate guessing wrong on the top side. I hate it with a passion. I guessed 45 to 65, and that is way off, and it makes me angry. It makes me really, 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 really super angry. I should have known better. I knew volume was going to be getting lower and lower, but I really thought that today would be, I don't know. I should have been guessing lower. If I'm not going to guess something outrageous volume prediction in size, then I should be guessing lower and lower each day. And I just didn't listen to my instincts, and I should have. The bang phase tells you that volume's going to drop, and I was just trying to base it off of what I saw for volume in the early morning hours. So 31.6 is kind of what we're looking at signaling for the day today. Now, what I want to look at is, what does that compare to what we've had for lows in the past? If we hit 31, let's just assume we hit 31. we've hit a couple of 20s. We hit a 25 and a 29. If I remember correctly, that 25.2 on October 12th was probably one of the lowest, second to lowest volume recorded days we've had this year. So this 31 is probably in the top 10% lowest volume days that we've had this year so far. This thing is going to blow. It's going to blow. It can't get too much lower. Cannot get too much lower. What was I going to look at? Oh yeah, intervals. 1 hour. More buying pressure than selling pressure on a 1 hour. 47.87 on the RSI, so there's room to move up. Looking good for us. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a RSI of 51.01, which is looking great for us. And a 5-minute interval, starting to turn towards a selling signal with 59.03 being the RSI. So maybe some short-term selling off, probably between now until our normal 2:45 time. Would be my guess. Which would fit it, which would put us right here in the, if we did see a little bit of a turnaround in selling pressure, pushing the price down a little bit, that would put us, closer to the bottom side of the wedge, giving us the last 15 minutes to work our way back up to the top side. Don't expect anything to break out of this wedge. I'm twitching over here. You guys can't even see it. Yeah, you know what it is. That's just all sideways trading and manipulation in the after hours. I used to enjoy the days where we would see things happen in the after hour market, and now it just seems like now anymore it's a raisin. It's a raisin. It just sits out in the sun and shrivels up and dies. I loved it when our aftermarket hours and pre-market hours were actually exciting. It'll be that way one day again. It will. Thank you for welcoming me back, Sandy. Ooh, a lot of stuff in here. You guys talking up a storm without me? Duncan's saying at this point, I think 40 will be difficult to break by more than 20 cents-ish. But then again, I haven't been too on point with my predictions this week. David Marino, or Zach saying, David Marino, not sure if you watch him, but he predicted 36.37. My prediction for today, I was hedging off of 41. If you go back and you watch the beginning of my show, right around 7 a.m. my time, which would have been 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or an hour into my show, right around the time when the pokey stick of volume pops up, I guess volume prediction at 45 to 65, and kind of came up with 41 as being the hedge for my price prediction for the day. So I went 39.5 to 42.5. I feel extremely fortunate that we're actually even right there, because in all actuality, I kind of felt like, this is a possibility, right? Excuse me. However, if price wants to continue to do what it's doing and work its way into, the wedge and into the ending the day inside this wedge here, then our head and shoulders on the 30-minute, it's kaput. And I'll tell you why. The one thing, and I don't know if I would really, yeah, I would count it. Your trailing shoulder, right? It looks like I already had a line there. Your trailing shoulder has to be higher than your leading shoulder. Maybe I'm saying it backwards. Maybe this is leading, maybe this is trailing. Yeah, this is probably leading. Your leading shoulder has to be higher than your trailing shoulder for this to be a correct head and shoulder pattern. So if this thing breaks past 4182, then I would say that there's probably no chance at all that this formation is going to hold. So heck, I would almost say if it breaks 4150, it's not going to hold. And we've pretty much almost hit it. We did right here. If it gets any higher than this right here, then this thing's gonna not necessarily be a head and shoulders anymore. The pattern's been broken. So we'll see. How long do we have for the pattern to hold? A little more than a trading day. A little more than a trading day. So let's see how far it's gone. It's kind of tough. I guess I would probably pick. Well, it's got to be the top here. So this has got to last all the way through the trading hours, and then it would start its way down maybe into the early morning hours of tomorrow. And it's breaking out of this wedge going up. Moving on up. Let's see what else you guys said here. It's been a long time since they pushed it below the SSR trigger. It has been. It has been a long time. 36.4 at this point would be a crazy dip. It would be. Synthetic price failures do happen. And in order for this to be a synthetic price failure, it would have to hit 35.75 at the very least. Actually, maybe even 35.80, I think. Hold on a second. Let me just check and verify. Nope, it's got to be like 35.78. It has to hit 35.78, no less, and that's a synthetic price failure. And that would be a hedge fund attempt, a last-ditch attempt to try. Well, I shouldn't say last-ditch. It's an attempt to try and get people to sell before the sell before the price moves up. Zach, yes. Yeah, I'm still sticking to 39.50. I am. 39.50, I really have a hard time imagining them pushing it past 39.50. Especially at this point. I mean, I feel like you asked that question, what? I just now saw it, but you asked that question like 5 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how the time is on here compared to when you might have asked that, but oh shoot, you may have asked that like an hour ago. But yeah, it says 1:30 and it says 2:30 on my clock here, so I don't know what's right. But yeah, I still feel like 39.50 would be probably the lowest we would see today, especially at this point. And I know that's really not saying much. An hour ago, I probably would have said I still would have said the same thing an hour ago. Yeah, I definitely would have said the same thing an hour ago. That's just too far. There's too many levels of support in here for it to drop that far. I really just don't want to see this hit this box here. I just want to stay out of this box, please. Let's check and see how this looks to TradingView. Because I haven't, let me go back to the 15 minutes. Okay, so it's actually traded really closely to what TradingView has here, based on the trend. You know, we didn't hit some of the highs as high as it would have, you know, suggested, but we are kind of really kind of following this pattern here. Sometimes not as low, sometimes not as high, but just kind of following the pattern. And so we close out the day right here at about 41.05 according to this. So if we follow the pattern on the bottom side right here, I think that's where they're at. I don't think they've done anything to try and really manipulate the price. We're just kind of following the same kind of trends that we were following before with just much lower volume, much lower. So yeah, but what I guess I want to say is that if this pattern holds true, then tomorrow, this is the after hours right here, right? Maybe a little bit of upwards movement. I don't know, probably not that much, but it's showing like 50 cents maybe after hours up. But the pre-market opening up way lower, underneath 40. And then look at what happens. I mean, if we follow anything like this, tomorrow market open would be right, what do they open at, 9:30? Yeesh. I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. Tomorrow's the 21st, it sure is. Market open is like right in here. So we'll see what happens. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen this kind of action in a pre-market. A long, long, long time. So I'm really not expecting to see this happen. I really am not. I don't think this will happen. If anything, what we'll see is like a very condensed version of something like this. And if anything, maybe in the middle of the market day, tomorrow, having something like this happen. I can't see it. I really just can't see this happening in pre-market. But Bondaro, look at the prices. Right? Pre-market opening would be at 9:30, right? 9:30 right here. 54 bucks. That's right past the second gray area. It drives us through both gray areas. If that were possible, yeah. I like driving up on this thing. I like seeing it. I just like seeing it, guys. I like seeing it. I'm sorry to tease you. I'm like the ultimate tease. I do want to note though that today I actually had drawn this the way that I had this chart drawn. There were a couple times of price manipulation that occurred in here, and I had originally had this line here, this purple line drawing to the bottom right here. And so what we had was pretty much like price kind of following the trend that we had until right about this point. So the first time we saw manipulation today was around 11:30 this morning. Price kind of dropped down, so I had to drop this down to try and fit the pattern back in again. Right about like this, and probably like this. And price started falling back on path again, and then it kind of had a little bit of more manipulation around 14:30, so it dropped it down just slightly more, and yeah. You can't even see the top. I think the top was like 130. I think that I personally feel like the top would probably be around more like 90 on this next bump up. But I could be wrong. I really could be wrong. I'd like to be wrong. I'm okay with 130. I think we'd all be okay with 130. Well, all right. Let me put it like this: if we hit 130 bucks, moving forward in like the next week or two, we're basically we basically have to move into what I would consider to be the heart of the MOAS. The big movements and positions where we start seeing like 40 to 70% drops in price day over day, and or maybe even multiple times in a single day, hitting 60% price drops and multiple times in a single day. So when we get to that point, we have to really start preparing ourselves, because we're shifting to this like dull moment to excitement to holy shit, what's happening, right? And so what we really need to do is we need to control our emotions going forward as if the price does really start to spike up on us, we need to control our emotions. Look at the data, watch what's happening to the volume, seeing how much the volume's dipping in between each day. We need to really be keeping a close eye out on volume in the mornings. Like having an idea for what our total volume is going to be for the day is going to be crucial, super, super crucial to our exiting position. No, I know. I'm just trying to prepare people, Bendaro, I promise. I'm just trying to prepare people because it's going to be really difficult going from this stagnant volume and stagnant price movement to suddenly having your account jump up by double the amount of money, right? Like if we go from 40 bucks right now to 80 bucks and you looked at your account, how would you feel? you know, can you honestly sit there and say that you're not going to be excited, you know? Excuse me. Burps. So I'm trying to prepare you guys because when I did the modeling for GME, I felt like I was living in the moment. At least I tried to feel like I was living in the moment. And I got super excited when I saw the price get up to like 150 bucks. And then it dropped down to 60. And then it goes back, sorry, it went to 130 bucks and then it dropped down to 60 and then it goes up to 150 bucks and drops back down to 60 again. What did it do next? I can't remember. I got to look back at my chart again. Okay, it goes from 54.47 to 136, 136 to 65.01, 65.01 to 159.18, 159.18 to 61.13, and all of that happening within a couple days' time. Most of it happening in a single day. The 54.47 from the 22nd to the 25th, it went from that 54.47 to 136 and well, it may have been a weekend. Let's see, 122. Yep, it was the weekend. So between Friday night and Monday morning, the price jumps from 54 bucks to 136 bucks, which actually could be very well what happens to us this week. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine that happening this Friday. Imagine us driving up to 54 some odd bucks by Friday, and then you wake up Monday morning and you see us at $136. And then the same day it drops back down to 65 and then hits the same day it goes up to 159 and the same day it goes down to 65 and then the same day goes up to 159 and then the same day going down to 61 and then 2 days later it goes up to 366 bucks. Try to just imagine living through that. Try to imagine. Because that's what you have to look forward to. And you're going to have to try and make it through those. Because I don't want to be the paper-handed bitch that I probably would have been on GME if had I been in the play when it went down. I'd have sold, guys. I'd have sold at $100. The second time it drove up to $150 and started dropping again, I'd been like, nope, I can't do this again. My heart's not strong enough. But it's not. I'm stronger now. I'm a much stronger person than I was back then. We've sat through so many months of this to not be stronger. I'm playing with the stupid cord. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm playing with that cord again. Chips going into hand. Yeah, we've been at this for way too many months for us to get in a situation where we panic sell. Just way too many. Thanks, JP. I appreciate it. I think JP's living in the past. He's just now seeing the graph, I think. Oh, he's talking about the current lines. Well, I like a JP. I always try to show you guys how I see it. You know, I don't sugarcoat anything. I try to paint the picture like I see it. I'm always gonna tell you guys how I see it. We did so far, crazy man. Listen to you singing. You're breaking out the cigar before we get there, crazy, and you're dangerous. You are crazy, crazy. Without Gary's help. Good old Gazer Beam Gary didn't come out today. He didn't come out today, but look at that, guys. $41. What did I say here just a minute ago? 4105, 4107, something like that. I don't remember. It is our time. This is normally, I mean, they certainly proved that they can definitely manhandle us in the last 15 minutes yesterday, but yeah. I wouldn't count this. I see what you're saying, Bondaro, but I don't know if I'd count this. I mean, you could be right. Oh, Dr. Ramore. Dr. Drake. You know what? Dr. Drake, I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming in here and saying this. Dr. Drake saying, I got caught up in GME when it hit 348 trading, got halted, and before my order was accepted, I lost around 900. I didn't have many shares, so it wasn't that big of a deal. Finally was accepted at 194. Don't sell at market. Dr. Drake, if you have experience, things that you want to say to us like that, that is awesome. You know, tell people the tales. People need to hear this kind of stuff. They really, really need to hear this. You know, there's a lot of lessons to be learned. If you know, and I've been trying to tell everybody, if you haven't traded on your platform before, buy a share that's like less than $1. You know, some kind of penny stock. Go out and find a penny stock and trade it for a little bit. You know, figure out the ins and outs of what limit trades are. Figure out the ins and outs of market sales, at the market sales. Figure out everything. Try to figure out everything that you possibly can about your trading platform, so that when you go into the MOAS, that you don't make some kind of mistake that you regret having made in a once in a lifetime opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't walk into the Super Bowl going like, dee, dee, dee. You know, you go into the Super Bowl having watched hours and hours of videos. You know everything that you possibly can know about what it is that your opponent's going to do. And then you might even have tricks up your sleeve, right? So, don't go into your Super Bowl. This is our Super Bowl unprepared. Don't do it. It's not good. It's super not good. Well, there's our 30 million. We hit 30 million. So we broke the 20s. Man, I was so off on volume today. It really upsets me. I'm going to learn from this. Yeah. And you know what's funny, Dr. Drake? I know from experience what you're talking about. And nobody would probably care to listen to what it is that I have to say because everybody's saying, I believe everybody has said not to. I don't think anybody has said anything about limit orders. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably something very unpopular. But I think that when you sell, you need to set up limit orders. You really need to set up limit orders. If you know how stop, if you know when it is that you're going to sell, a limit order is a really good thing. But you have to be determined. You have to be determined that you're going to be selling at that price. Not like some kind of like I'm going to set the limit and change it real fast if I don't like it, because once you submit it, you're set. You're locked in, and you may not be able to hit the cancel button fast enough. So, it would be a limit order for a specific amount of shares or the whole thing or whatever it is you want to do, because I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but you're going to have to decide how much, and you need to, I really do think that limit orders is probably the way to go, but you won't know until you go find yourself a stock out there that's trading super super fast, high frequency trades that are going really quickly, and you try to get in at a price and get out at a price that you want, and making sure that you hit it to within cents. And there's just no way to do that with market orders, I'm telling you right now. Dr. Drake's he's a smart guy. This Dr. Drake, he's a smart guy. Oh, 100%. You'll be panicking like you'll get cold sweats. You'll start panicking because you can't hit the buttons fast enough. You'll be refreshing screens. You'll be doing everything. You'll be panicking like just this crazy chicken with its head cut off. That's what you're going to act like when this MOAS goes down, because you're going to be doing everything you possibly can to get out at the right time, and things won't be going according to plan. And you need to know, you need to have this like on autopilot on how you do what you do. And yeah, I'm just saying, Dr. Drake's 100% right on this. Figure your shit out now. Figure it out now, because you don't want to be in that position when MOAS happens. You just don't. You don't want to be there. Get your ducks in order. Figure out your trading system. I just know. I've experienced this. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to have a plan, try to execute on it, and have the plan completely backfire in your face, and have that panic hit you. The industry that I've worked in had it happen all the time. The industry that I work in I can't really tell you guys too much, but the industry that I worked in used computers to do processing. Most of the time in the past, my job had always been correcting human error. And when I went to a company to work for a company that had automation, human error was my error. It was me used to having to try and figure out how to fix other people's problems. now when there was automation involved, the manufacturing group was no longer there. And so now I became the problem. I was the problem because I couldn't work fast enough. And if I didn't work fast enough, you have potential scrap issues, or you end up ruining product, millions and millions of dollars. They used to call it Mustangs. They would put it in reference of a Mustang, like you ruin one product and it's equal to the price of a single Mustang. And so they would, they used to say code things like we killed 60 Mustangs this month. So and you start trying to figure out how you can be faster than your software that you're working with. And so I'm telling you guys right now, go find a penny stock that has huge amounts of volume and go make active trades, because we're only talking about dollars, right? Go out there and make like a $5 bet and trade $5 on some kind of penny stock that has massive volume and see if you can hit prices that you want. Figure out a way to hit prices so you're nailing it on the cent, not just nailing kind of roughly. Hit it on the cent. You need to be able to sell right on a pinpoint spot and sell a portion of it, and see if you can set up multiple sales, in a certain period of time, so that you're maximizing your sell points. Just play around with $5, because the experience that you can get from those $5 is invaluable. Totally valuable. I don't know what the right word is, but yeah, do it. To be honest with you guys, I'm a little rusty. I haven't done this in a long time. It's been a hot while since I've traded stocks like this before, and I probably need to go through it and do it myself. Maybe we should spend a day going through it and looking at it. I unfortunately probably couldn't really show you, because then you'd see a lot of this stuff from my account, but maybe I can do something on Webull or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's probably not something I should do. I don't know if that would be okay, but not financial advice, but go test your systems. Go test your systems out and figure your way around. Yeah. If he shows it, go check that out. If you have, who did you say he has? Oh, you didn't say. For some reason, I thought you said that he had Fidelity, but you didn't say that, did you? But yeah, I mean, just go figure it out. Man, we are gonna close out this day like on the dollar, like to the penny of where we opened up at, or closed yesterday rather. Okay, getting real close, guys. Getting really super close, so I'm going to tell you guys the usual. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest, right? Which is part of sleeping. I don't know why I said it a second time. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Get clear in the head. And don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Special people change. How many lives are living strange? Where were you while we were getting high? Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova, a champagne supernova in the sky. Up the dawn and ask her why. A dream, she never dies. Wipe that tear away now from your eye. Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide. Supernova special people change? How many lives are living strange? Where were you while we were getting high? Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me carving the landslide in the champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me carving the landslide in the champagne supernova, the champagne supernova. 'Cause people believe that they're gonna get away for the summer. But you and I will live and die. The world still spinning round, we don't know how many special people change? How many lives are living strange? Where were you while we were getting high? We were getting high. 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 We were getting
Thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.